Chapter 2807. Touching the wound on his body, Tuoba Yunxiang sneered and said, Ling Xiao, you are indeed extraordinary. You have an astonishing movement skill, an outstanding martial skill, and a pure battle skill. You are truly astonishing. However, once I fuse with my primal metal martial spirit, I have an undying body. You can't kill me. Looking at the wound that has already healed, Ling Xiao said indifferently, I don't believe that there is an undying body in this world. Your martial spirit only allows you to elementalize your body the instant I attack. It is not strange for you to say it. So what if you know? You still can't break it. Tuoba Yunxiang said coldly. Is that so? However, in my opinion, your elementalization can only affect a part of your body. Even if your entire body can be elementalized, your body will still exist. It will only be condensed into a small ball and hidden away. In the end, elementalization still needs to be done around the body. What if I destroy your entire body? Speaking till here, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The two swords in his hands pointed at Tuoba Yunxiang. A terrifying sword intent pervaded the entire space. Kill. Suddenly, he roared. His two swords spat out terrifying sword chi that shot towards Tuoba Yunxiang. Humph, that move didn't even injure me. How can an ordinary sword skill injure me? Tuoba Yunxiang snorted disdainfully. He brandished his large saber and charged towards Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's sword chi exploded in the air and shot towards Tuoba Yunxiang like a rain of flowers. Meteor Sword Art's second move, Heavenly Fire. Indeed, it was as Tuoba Yunxiang had said. Ling Xiao's attack was truly not strong. That was because it was just an ordinary Jade Grade sword skill. This is a move that Ling Xiao learned in the past. It has been a long time since he used it. However, what he wants is not the power. The sword chi descended like heavenly fire and hit Tuoba Yunxiang's body. Countless tiny holes appeared. Most of the holes did not show any signs of bleeding. At this moment, Ling Xiao's Taiji eye caught an extremely small trace of blood. So it's there. It's time for this battle to end. Devil Dragon Phantom, Sword Devil Dragon, the descent of the Black Immortal. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body seemed to have transformed into a sword-shaped demonic dragon. He arrived in front of Tuoba Yunxiang in an instant. The second level of the immortal grade martial skill was executed, and the sword pierced through Tuoba Yunxiang's body. In terms of speed, Tuoba Yunxiang would never be able to catch up to him. Therefore, this sword strike accurately struck Tuoba Yunxiang's body. This body was only the size of a fist and was wrapped in layers of primal gold. This sword directly pierced through the body. Blood seeped out of the metal. Tuoba Yunxiang suddenly knelt on the ground, and his face was pale and bloodless. Your cultivation base is definitely higher than the peak of the 11th level of hell. The heavily injured Tuoba Yunxiang finally understood something. Letting Ling Xiao enter the Devil Sea secret realm before making a move was simply the stupidest thing to do. This person's talent was too frightening. Hee, whatever you say, Ling Xiao said indifferently. I've lost, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Come, give me a quick death. Tuoba Yunxiang roared. Don't worry, I'll deal with those three first. Ling Xiao looked at the Cloud Devil, Cloud Ghost, and Cloud Demon. These three people thought that they could crush Ling Xiao after breaking through. At the very least, if the three of them joined forces, they should be able to win against Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, seeing how easily Ling Xiao defeated Tuoba Yunxiang, they had already lost their confidence. Run! The three of them thought of the same thing and turned to flee. Since they had no chance of winning, wouldn't they be courting death by staying here? However, could they escape? Ling Xiao had yet to make a move, but Little Gold was already bored. Its originally palm-sized body suddenly became incomparably huge. In an instant, it blocked the escape route of the three people. The huge golden wings flapped, and for a moment, a blazing wind rushed towards the three people. The three of them felt as if their bodies were thrown into a raging fire, and they fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Boss, I'm sorry for stealing your kill. Little Gold smiled. Anyway, they're just three pieces of trash. There's no need for me to make a move. Ling Xiao walked over and didn't waste any words. After obtaining the three's demonic energy crystals, he fed them soul-absorbing pills and used soul-absorbing pills. The three of them had the same cultivation as him, but their soul power was much weaker. Naturally, soul-absorbing pills was effective. The heavily injured Tuoba Yunxiang watched this scene with his eyes wide open, and cold sweat uncontrollably dripped down his forehead. He would rather be killed than be controlled. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand and slapped down on his head. However, this hand was blocked by Ling Xiao. "Brother Tuoba, don't worry. I won't do that to you. To be honest, compared to your shameless grandfather and brother, there's a world of difference. Hand over the demonic energy crystals, and you can leave. I'll let you live. I hope you won't find trouble with me again. Otherwise, I won't spare you next time." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "You're willing to let me go?" Tuoba Yunxiang asked in shock. After coming to the dragon cult, all the discussions about Ling Xiao that he heard were from Yunlan and the others. Thus, his impression of Ling Xiao was extremely poor. However, after this battle, he came to a completely different conclusion. After a moment of silence, he took out the demonic energy crystals and gave them to Ling Xiao. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "Brother Ling, perhaps I misunderstood you before. Moreover, I've already tried my best to take revenge. Not only did I not kill you, but I also almost lost my life. At least I didn't let down the Tuoba family. After all, they were the ones who let me down first." "Let you down?" Ling Xiao was somewhat curious. "Let's not talk about the past." Tuoba Yunxiang sighed. However, a scene that made his heart turn cold still appeared in his mind. That year, Domineering Blade Ghostly received orders from Phoenix and the Cloud to go to Frosty Frost Town and threaten the Tuoba family to submit to him. At that time, Ghostly's hostage was originally Tuoba Yunfan. However, the Tuoba family thought that Tuoba Yunxiang's talent was inferior to Tuoba Yunfan's, and actually swapped Tuoba Yunxiang and Tuoba Yunfan, sending them to Domineering Blade Ghostly as a hostage. At that time, Tuoba Yunxiang was already sensible. His mournful cries did not receive any pity from his family. From that time onwards, his heart turned cold towards the Tuoba family. This time, he could take revenge on Ling Xiao for the Tuoba family. It could be considered as a repayment for the Tuoba family's kindness in giving birth to him. In a sense, the previous Tuoba Yunxiang was already dead. The current Tuoba Yunxiang was alive, because Ling Xiao had given him life. "This is a blood spirit pill. If you trust me, take it. I guarantee that you'll recover very quickly. In the following time, you still have time to obtain some demonic energy crystals." Chapter 2808. Tuoba Yunxiang, if you trust me, then immediately consume this blood spirit pill. I guarantee that you will recover quickly. Although it is impossible for you to obtain the first two places, if you hurry, you might be able to obtain the third place. You will also be able to cultivate the demonic dragon possession, but it will be incomplete. Ling Xiao comforted Tuoba Yunxiang. He wouldn't return something that he had obtained. After all, it was his spoils of war. Giving Tuoba Yunxiang a blood spirit pill was already merciful enough. "Many thanks." Tuoba Yunxiang didn't hesitate and took it in one bite. In his opinion, his life was already in Ling Xiao's hands, and Ling Xiao could do whatever he wanted with him. There was no need to do anything to a pill. This was the first time he had taken a blood spirit pill, and the effects were excellent. With one pill, his injuries were instantly healed by more than half. After a while, he would probably be completely healed. Not only that, but he could also feel that his cultivation had increased a little as a result, and there were signs of a breakthrough. "I wanted to kill you, but you treated me like this. I am truly ashamed." Tuoba Yunxiang sighed with emotion. "If Brother Ling has any instructions in the future, just say the word. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help. No need to be so polite. I treated you like this because I can see that your nature is not bad. Your conduct is much better than some people." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Go. While there is still time, I should go find Yunlan and completely end this trial." Yunlan should be fighting with Mu Qing now. I saw them when I came over. They are 2 miles southeast. Tuoba Yunxiang said. "Why is he fighting with Mu Qing? Doesn't this person like Mu Qing a lot?" Ling Xiao didn't expect that Yunlan would actually fight with Mu Qing. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Mu Qing accidentally found a treasure, and Yun Lan saw it. Tuoba Yunxiang said, "All right, I got it. Let's meet again." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and stepped into the air, instantly disappearing into the distance. Looking in the direction Ling Xiao disappeared, Tuoba Yunxiang revealed a sincere smile. "I didn't think that Tuoba Yunxiang, would be able to meet such an outstanding person. Maybe he can help me break free from Tyrannical Blade Ghost Li's restraints." Everyone knew that he was Tyrannical Blade Gili's direct disciple, but they didn't know that Tyrannical Blade Gili treated him like a slave. All the dangerous and arduous tasks were left to him. Although he had gotten used to it over the years, he was still very unhappy. He wanted to break free from Tyrannical Blade Ghost Li's restraints, but his own strength was not enough. Perhaps with Ling Xiao's help, he could succeed. Ling Xiao quickly arrived at the place Tuoba Yunxiang mentioned. Tuoba Yunxiang did not lie. At this moment, Yun Lan was fighting with Mu Qing. Mu Qing's cultivation was at the late stage of the 12th level of hell, but against Yun Lan, he was actually suppressed miserably. Even though he wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time, he still wouldn't be a match for Zhang Xian as time went on. "Mu Qing, be obedient and give that treasure to me. With me here, no one in the dragon cult can bully you. Why must you insist on being my enemy?" Yun Lan's attacks didn't stop and even showed signs of speeding up. However, he was still saying disgusting words. "Beast in human clothing, you make it sound so nice. I obtained this thing first. If you really cared about me and cherished me, you wouldn't have snatched it from me. Didn't you always ask me which part of you can't compare to Ling Xiao? I can tell you now that there is no part of you that is better than Ling Xiao. It is your shamelessness that surpasses his by a lot." Mu Qing said with grief and indignation. "Bitch, you can't be thinking of giving that thing to Ling Xiao, right? You shameless bitch. Looks like I can't have a good chat with you. Today, I will execute you on the spot. Just like how my master treated your master back then." Ha ha ha. Back then, Xiao Muyu also liked Qinbai and didn't care about Phoenix in the cloud. What happened in the end? After being raped, she still obediently followed Phoenix in the cloud and followed my master. Yun Lan laughed crazily and proudly. She didn't treat that ugly thing as a shame at all. Instead, she treated it as a kind of pride. "You are right. I want to give this thing to Ling Xiao. He is different from you. Back in the Eight Immortals County, I was careless and fell into the trap of the Shadow Devil sect. As a result, I temporarily lost all my skills and almost became a blood sacrifice. It was Ling Xiao who saved me. Maybe he doesn't even know me and doesn't remember me, but I remember him. He is my benefactor and a great hero in my heart. You disgusting beast in human clothing, even if I die, I will not let you have your way." Mu Qing didn't know that Ling Xiao had arrived. She had hidden this matter in her heart for a long time and had never told anyone. Today, she knew that she might not live for long, so she said these words. "No wonder. In that case, I don't need to have any more thoughts. You be asterisk, go to hell." Yun Lan snorted coldly, and her attacks became even fiercer and fiercer. Her previous attacks were only to seriously injure Mu Qing and seize the treasure in Mu Qing's hands. Then, her current attacks were purely to take her life. Mu Qing resisted very hard, but she still persevered. She didn't know why, but Ling Xiao's figure appeared in her mind at this moment. Ding! Suddenly, a stalwart figure blocked in front of Mu Qing. This person actually used his hand to block Yun Lan's ferocious attack. "Ling Xiao, I'm not dreaming, am I?" Mu Qing looked at the stalwart figure in front of her and felt like she was in a dream. It was too unreal. "Am I not a hero in your heart?" Of course, a hero has to appear at a critical moment. Ling Xiao smiled. This girl was really naive. Just because he unintentionally saved her once, she could not forget Ling Xiao. Such a loyal and righteous girl, how could he bear to see her being bullied by Yun Lan? "Ling Xiao, it's you again. Why is it you again? You're ruining my good business again." When Yun Lan saw Ling Xiao, it was as if she saw an irreconcilable enemy. She was simply furious to the extreme. "A shameless person like you naturally needs a great hero like me to teach you a lesson," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Great hero? You really think you're some big shot? Where's Tuoba Yunxiang? Where's Yungue, Yunimo, and the rest? That bunch of trash. Why can't they even stop trash like you? The reason why Yunlan dared to attack Mu Qing was that she calculated that Ling Xiao could not arrive in time. But now, not only did Ling Xiao arrive, but he also arrived in time. This made her unable to understand and unable to accept. They are indeed trash, but you're not much either. Ling Xiao looked at Yunlan and said in a cold voice, "You're even more trash than them. Furthermore, you're a scum." Courting death, Yunlan snorted coldly and suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 2809. Ling Xiao, do you think I'm stupid? If you and Mu Qing work together, I'm really no match for you. But remember, I won't let you off. In the distance, Yunlan snorted coldly and disappeared. Damn, you haven't given me the magic crystal stones yet. Ling Xiao helplessly watched Yunlan escape. He had no choice. That guy also knew the demonic dragon phantom and was not slower than him. If he wanted to escape, he would not be able to catch up with him. Just when Ling Xiao was feeling helpless, he suddenly heard a scream. Yunlan, who had escaped, was blasted back. It turned out that Xiao Jin had stopped this guy. Yunlan never thought that he would be defeated by Xiao Jin. For a moment, it was really hard for him to accept. Kill him. Ling Xiao called out and rushed forward as well. At this time, Yunlan understood that he could only escape. Facing this fierce golden bird and Ling Xiao, who seemed to have broken through. If Mu Qing was added to the mix, he would not be a match for them. But how could he escape? Suddenly, he had an idea. He took off the storage ring on his hand and threw it into the boiling magma. Ling Xiao, I'll give you these magic crystal stones, the spirit stones and monster cores inside. Seeing the storage ring, Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed over. Compared to Yunlan's life, he was naturally more interested in this. Yunlan was no longer a match for Xiao Jin. Even if he fought against him, he would not be able to gain an advantage. It could be said that even if he was outside, he could cook whenever he wanted. But that storage ring was different. Generally, once a storage ring was out of the protection of the internal force and fell into the hot magma, it would melt instantly. The things inside would probably be ruined. This idea was just a thought. Ling Xiao first used the Tai Chi Eye to confirm that the storage ring was real. Then, he rushed over. It was during this time that Yunlan escaped again. He avoided Xiao Jin and flew away from the path where no one blocked him. He, Yunlan, had never been in such a sorry state before. He actually had to run for his life. To him, this was simply a great humiliation. Ling Xiao, just you wait. Once we get out of here, I'll definitely settle the score with you. This isn't over yet. Do you think I'm scared of you, idiot? Ling Xiao took the storage ring and checked the things inside. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. It seemed like Yunlan had removed all the other things in the box in order to store more magic stones. But even so, the magical crystals inside were enough for Ling Xiao to enjoy for a long time. To put it bluntly, the magical energy crystal stone was a special kind of stone that contained heat energy. Compared to the spirit stones, although the energy of the magical energy crystal stone was single, it was purer. It was more useful for cultivation and setting up formations. Mu Qing, are you all right? Ling Xiao turned around and asked Mu Qing. I'm fine, but you've become enemies with Yunlan in order to help me. I'm afraid it won't be good in the future. Mu Qing said worriedly. You don't have to worry about that. Even if he didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find him. That scum actually kidnapped the Red Witch and even beat her up. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid she would have been killed. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect that. He kept saying that he liked you, but he actually attacked you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let you go alone. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Mu Qing felt a sweet feeling in her heart. It was not in vain that she had almost been killed by Yunlan in order to protect that treasure. This is for you. Mu Qing took out something that looked like a heart from the storage ring. However, this thing flowed with blazing magma. It emitted an extremely high temperature. Could this be? Yes, it's the kiln fire heart. Mu Qing nodded and said, I'm sure you know that in places where magma accumulates all year round, There's a 1 in 10,000 chance that a kiln fire heart will appear. Refining the kiln fire heart can not only change the nature of one's inner strength, but it can also transform ordinary inner strength into a special inner strength, the molten power, which is much stronger than ordinary inner strength. Moreover, for warriors with special constitutions, they can also obtain the molten martial soul. Others might not be able to do this, but I believe you can. In addition, the kiln fire heart can also strengthen magma attribute beast souls, making them stronger. I remember that you have a magma Cerberus beast soul. Of course, your cultivation will also improve. Ling Xiao naturally knew that the biggest effect of the kiln fire heart was to change the characteristics of one's inner strength. As mentioned before, there were generally 4 levels of inner strength. First, ordinary inner strength. This was the inner strength that most warriors possessed. Whether it was the vital essence of the past or the yin-yang essence of the present, they were all different forms of inner strength. In terms of levels, it was still ordinary inner strength. Second, special inner strength. This was inner strength that was fused with the changes of the 5 elements. Warriors with special martial souls or special martial arts could possess inner strength that was a bit stronger than ordinary inner strength. Third, origin inner strength. This was the core of inner strength. It was the essence of inner strength and was very powerful. Ordinary warriors wouldn't use origin inner strength to fight, but they would definitely use it when their lives were on the line. Some powerful warriors were able to condense all their inner strength into origin inner strength, making it incomparably powerful. Fourth, profound inner strength. This was the strongest inner strength that Ling Xiao knew of. It was even more terrifying than origin inner strength, and he possessed this kind of inner strength. This was also why Ling Xiao's inner strength always had the advantage when clashing with other warriors. Ling Xiao had to thank the Human King for this. If it wasn't for the Human King's guidance, his inner strength would only have reached the special inner strength stage. Of course, the kiln fire heart wasn't useless to him. It could be transformed into the molten martial soul or used to increase the rank of the magma Cerberus. But that would be too much of a waste. After thinking about it, he shook his head and said, "This is a treasure that you worked so hard to obtain. How could I have the qualifications to possess it? You don't want it?" Mu Qing was stunned for a moment before she threw the kiln fire heart into the magma. Ling Xiao hastily rushed over and grabbed the kiln fire heart. He bitterly smiled and said, "I don't want it. You can use it." The molten fire heart's molten fire energy is considered top-notch among special inner strengths. It's almost twice as strong as ordinary inner strength. It's definitely a good item. And even if you don't use it, you can sell it for at least 100 million low-grade spirit stones. I already said that I'm giving it to you, so it's a gift. Mu Qing's stubbornness made Ling Xiao feel helpless. All right, I accept it. But can I give it to you? Ling Xiao asked. It would be a waste for him to use it. He might as well give it to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin relied on absorbing heat to increase his cultivation. This kiln fire heart was just right for him. When Xiao Jin wanted to break through the 13th layer of hell, the kiln fire heart would help him break through. Who are you giving it to? Chapter 28:10. Of course I'm going to give this molten core to Xiao Jin, Ling Xiao replied. Hearing that he was going to give it to Xiao Jin, Mu Qing heaved a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Ling Xiao would give it to the Red Witch. Although she and the Red Witch were good sisters, a woman's mind was a little strange. Speaking of Xiao Jin, he was able to send Yunlan flying just now. Isn't that too powerful? Yunlan, that fellow, is extremely powerful even among martial artists at the later stage of the 12th level of the Hell and Yin-Yang realm. Looking at the cute and obedient Xiao Jin, Mu Qing couldn't help but ask, "Girls just love these cute little animals. Don't underestimate him. He's stronger than me now." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I'll have to rely on him to support me in the future." "Are you serious? I believe that he's very strong, but I always feel that you're stronger. In my heart, you're really a very mysterious and powerful existence." Mu Qing knew that Ling Xiao had heard what she said before, so she let go now. In front of Ling Xiao, she was like a fan, expressing her admiration to her heart's content. "Well, Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. How many demonic energy crystals have you collected? Don't just look for trouble. You have to understand that the demonic energy crystals are related to the demonic dragon possession. Mu Qing didn't feel that there was anything wrong with asking this. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was as close as Xiao Muyu. They were both her family. Well, to be honest, I don't know how many I have. I estimate that I have at least 500 to 600. Ling Xiao had never counted, so he just gave a number casually. 500 to 600. Did you get the demonic sea emperor gem? Mu Qing asked. Yes. That's great. In this way, even if those people give all the demonic energy crystals to Yunlan, you should still be able to get third place. Mu Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Only third place? That's right. I have about 800 magic energy stones. You have to work harder. Otherwise, I'll give you my own magic energy stones as well. Mu Qing said with a smile. Let's not. I took Yunlan's magic crystals purely because that guy is hateful. You're different. But this guy doesn't seem to have a lot of magic crystals, only about 100 or so. What has he been doing for so long? Ling Xiao checked Yunlan's storage ring and was a little confused. After all, with Yunlan's strength, she should have gotten more than Mu Qing. I vaguely heard him say that he was delayed by some special mission. Mu Qing thought for a moment and said, however, I don't know what kind of mission it is. You should be careful. I suspect that this special mission is either targeted at you or the sect master. Thank you for your reminder. I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. He also believed that Mu Qing's words were correct. However, it was very difficult to guess exactly what this conspiracy was. Perhaps he would only know after leaving the demonic sea secret realm. Then you should hurry up and get more magic crystals, Mu Qing urged. All right. Ling Xiao did not tell Mu Qing what he had done before. Although Mu Qing was very reliable, she was too straightforward. If he told her, it was very likely that she would reveal it because of some unnatural behavior. After all, Phoenix in the Cloud was an old fox. He turned and left, but he kept hiding near Mu Qing to prevent Yunlan from coming back. When the time for the demonic sea secret realm's trial was up, everyone was directly teleported out of the secret realm. Every disciple of the demon dragon religion had an identity card. This identity card was very special. At the critical moment, it could be teleported together as long as you didn't reject it. The moment Ling Xiao appeared, he felt that he was being targeted. The terrifying light from Phoenix in the Cloud and Yunlan's eyes almost killed him on the spot. However, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. Previously, when his cultivation was low, he didn't do anything. Now that his cultivation had broken through, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, his little gold was now a great killing machine. Whoever dared to provoke him shouldn't blame him for being merciless. Disciple, are you all right? Chunbai walked over and blocked the terrifying pressure from Phoenix in the Cloud for Ling Xiao. He then asked with a smile, I'm fine. What can happen to me? I'm not the one who's in trouble. Ling Xiao said with a smile, Strange. Why can't I see through Little Gold's strength? When Chunbai looked at Little Gold on Ling Xiao's shoulder, he frowned slightly and was shocked. Previously, he could clearly determine that Little Gold's strength was at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. But now, Little Gold gave him the feeling that it was a cloud of fog. He couldn't see its true strength at all. It's good that you can't see through it. Master, it has gained much more benefits this time. Ling Xiao said, with Master's wisdom, you should have known that the reason why I insisted on participating in the trial of the Demon Sea secret realm was actually because of Little Gold. I know, but I didn't expect it to improve so quickly. If even I can't see through its strength, then it's probably as strong as me at the very least. Chunbai lowered his voice. Haha, you have good eyes. Ling Xiao didn't need to hide Little Gold from Chunbai. He already knew Chunbai's character very well after interacting with him many times. Moreover, the two of them had been through life and death together. Not only were they master and disciple, but they had also been through life and death together. Other than the Sky Tyrant martial soul, there was nothing wrong with telling Chunbai other secrets. The key to the Sky Tyrant martial soul was too special. It was something that could tempt even the king of sovereigns in the immortal court continent. It was better to take it easy. The fewer people who knew, the better it was for him. Damn, what kind of monster is this? It made such a terrifying breakthrough in 3 days. My dear disciple, you've really gotten yourself a good treasure, but you have to keep it a secret. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if you're targeted. Chunbai reminded him. Little Gold, did you hear that? I told you to release some aura before. Don't be so mysterious. Ling Xiao said to Little Gold. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Gold released the aura of the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. TSK. He got such great benefits. What about you? Are you sure there's no problem? Can you get first place in the trial? Chunbai asked. Easy, Ling Xiao replied. After parting with Mu Qing, he hid in the dark and counted the number of demonic energy crystals he had. To be honest, he was shocked. It was completely different from what he had estimated. Not to mention getting first place in this trial. If he really took out all of them, it would probably scare people to death. So this time, he was only prepared to take out 1/3 of them as the trial's result to the sect. The remaining 2/3 would be left for Little Gold to eat as snacks. He could also use some for setting up formations and cultivation. Chapter 28:11. Easy? Don't be careless. Whether it's Yunlan or Mu Qing, they're not easy to deal with. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the other disciples will most likely give all their demon energy crystals to Yunlan and the others. In fact, this isn't a fair competition. Although Chunbai knew this, there was nothing he could do about it. In the Demon Sea secret realm, as long as one could obtain demon energy crystals, it was considered a skill. Whether it was snatching or taking, it wasn't against the rules. This was the dragon cult, the demon cult style. Master, from the beginning of this trial, I was very clear in my heart. If I said it was easy, it was easy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What a joke. Other than Mu Qing, everyone's demon energy crystals had been snatched by him. How could this result be unexpected? Although you're young and frivolous, I really like your domineering attitude. This is the heart of an expert. No matter who your opponent is or how strong they are, you can't lose in terms of aura. You've done well. Chunbai said with a smile. Not only do I not lose in terms of aura, I'm really confident that I can beat them. From the day Ling Xiao obtained the Mountain River martial spirit, he had already made up his mind. He had the martial spirit that the human king had used before. He had the strongest martial spirit in the mystic world. If he couldn't become the strongest, it would be a failure. Now that the Mountain River martial spirit had evolved into the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it had become a unique martial spirit that belonged to him. That was what he thought. Whether it was Yunlan or Chan Tsangxiang, they were just passers-by on his path. He really didn't treat these people as real opponents. Because they weren't worthy. And because he couldn't lose. Why do I feel that Vice Sect Master Yun and the others are very angry with you? Did you do something in there? Chunbai suddenly asked. He could feel that phoenix in the cloud. Yunlan and the others couldn't wait to skin Ling Xiao alive. That kind of hatred was definitely not ordinary. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of Yunlan's mouth. She was so angry that she vomited blood. It's nothing much. I just borrowed some magic energy stones from them and was lucky enough to obtain the Kiln Fire Core. It's just a small matter. It's not worthy of praise, nor is it worthy of their hatred. Ling Xiao said casually. Borrow? Chunbai suddenly realized something. He didn't know whether to laugh or be surprised. This disciple of his was always full of surprises. When we return to the demonic dragon city, I will announce the results of this trial in front of everyone. I don't want anyone to accuse me of abusing my power for personal gain. Ghostly, you should go as well. After all, your disciple is also participating in this trial. Chunbai could roughly guess what Ling Xiao had done. Of course, he wanted to use this matter to suppress Phoenix in the cloud. Many people had already gathered in the demonic dragon city square. The higher-ups of the demonic dragon sect, as well as many middle and lower disciples, were all present. Those who had nothing important to do came to join in the fun. Seeing Yunlan's ashen face, everyone couldn't help but guess. Could it be that Ling Xiao actually obtained more magic energy stones than senior brother Yunlan? Don't joke around. Let alone senior brother Yunlan, senior brother Yunimo, senior brother Yun Gue, and senior brother Yun Yao. There's no way that Ling Xiao could surpass them. That's right. I'm guessing that Vice Sect leader Yun's people wanted to kill Ling Xiao in the demonic sea secret realm but failed. That's why they're so angry. After all, Ling Xiao didn't give Vice Sect leader Yun any face and even harmed the third and second sect elders. That makes sense. Everyone seemed to think that this was the most logical reason. No one thought that Ling Xiao would be able to obtain first place in the Magic Energy Stones competition, because as long as one had a brain, they would know that Ling Xiao participated in this trial by himself against more than 30 people. It would be strange if he could win. All right, don't make a ruckus. Next, it's time to announce the results of this demonic sea secret realm trial. Disciples who participated in the trial will turn in the magic energy stones you obtained. The number of magic energy stones you handed in will determine your results. Ling Xiao and Tuoba Yunxiang are new, so you two will be placed at the end. The others will start according to their ranking among the upper disciples. Chunbai purposely used his privilege to put Ling Xiao at the end to leave some suspense. However, after Chunbai finished speaking, no one came up for a long time. Everyone couldn't help but discuss. What's going on? Don't tell me he didn't even get a magic energy stone? Isn't that too embarrassing? Impossible. After all, he's an upper disciple. Even the lowest ranking disciple is at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell. With such cultivation, how could he not get a magic energy stone? That's true. However, if he really didn't get a magic energy stone, then Vice Sect leader Yun and the First Sect elder won't be able to show their faces. After all, apart from Mu Qing, Tuoba Yunxiang, and Ling Xiao, everyone else is a disciple of their two sections. Amidst the discussion, the First Sect elder couldn't help but ask, "What the hell are you doing? I asked you to hand in your magic energy stones. Why are you dilly-dallying?" The 33rd ranked upper disciple was his disciple, so he was very unhappy. When that person heard the First Sect elder's question, he suddenly knelt on the ground and said loudly, reporting to the First Sect elder, Disciple didn't get a magic energy stone." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned, including Chunbai. He thought that he had guessed correctly. Ling Xiao was really ruthless. He didn't leave a single magic energy stone for others. You should at least leave a few. As for the others, they were in disbelief. Especially the First Sect elder and Phoenix in the cloud. They knew that Yunlan's magic energy stones had been snatched by Ling Xiao. However, Yunlan had used the following period of time to kill a few demonic sea beast kings and obtained some king crystals to make up for it. It had to be said that this guy had another mission in the beginning. Otherwise, if he really wanted to get the magic energy stones, he might not lose to Ling Xiao. Of course, the premise was that Ling Xiao didn't snatch his magic energy stones. However, Phoenix in the cloud didn't expect that the others had also been robbed. Could it be that Ling Xiao didn't let a single person go? Trash. Next. Phoenix in the cloud was anxious. He didn't care that Chunbai was still present and directly gave the order. Chunbai didn't say anything. If you're anxious, then be anxious. After all, it's time for you to make a fool of yourself. Seeing that you're going to make a fool of yourself, I won't haggle over this small matter with you. In the end, the 32nd ranked disciple came up and still got nothing. Get lost. Next. Phoenix in the cloud was on the verge of exploding. The onlookers felt that things weren't that simple. If only one person didn't get a magic energy stone, it would be understandable. However, two people didn't get a magic energy stone in a row. It was obvious that something had happened to him. The 31st ranked disciple also got nothing. 30, 29, 28. Chapter 28:12. Ha ha ha, I say, Brother Yun, First Elder, what's wrong with you disciples? You didn't even get a single demonic crystal. This is the first time something like this has happened. Chunbai was very happy. This was not the first time the demonic sea secret realm trial had happened. In the past, it was always others who mocked him as the sect leader. He had never mocked others before. Today, it seemed like it was his turn to mock these guys. Those are all trash. Jiaohua, Bai Shui, Wu La, you three can't be the same as those trash, right? Phoenix in the cloud snorted coldly. Jiaohua, Bai Shui, and Wu La smiled bitterly. The three of them walked out of the formation and knelt in front of Qinbai. Phoenix in the Cloud, and the other higher-ups. They said loudly, reporting to the sect leader, vice-sect leader, elders, and other higher-ups. The three of us did not get a single demonic crystal. What? Hearing the three's report, Phoenix in the Cloud and the first elder's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. They looked like they were about to flip out. No matter what, they did not expect this situation. Now, everyone was wondering if Ling Xiao had robbed these people of their demonic crystal. That was why they did not get a single demonic crystal, because among all of them, only Ling Xiao had a smug smile on his face. This kid is really daring, but well done. Chun Bai was ecstatic. The Red Witch, Chen Yin, Chen Luan, and the others who were watching from the side shouted loudly, "Scram! Scram! Scram! I thought so highly of the three of you. I didn't expect the three of you to be trash. Cloud Devil, Cloud Ghost, Cloud Demon, you three won't disappoint us, right?" The first elder shouted angrily and looked at what seemed to be their last hope. These three people were Phoenix in the Cloud, who had abandoned the demonic shadow and forcefully increased his strength. If they also got a 0, it would be too embarrassing. The three of them stepped out of the formation. Cloud Devil said loudly, reporting to the higher-ups, "We got the demonic crystal." "You got it? That's great. Hurry up and bring it over. Let the sect leader broaden his horizons, and let him know that you guys aren't comparable to that trash of a disciple of his." Phoenix in the Cloud was so excited that she didn't even think or analyze Cloud Devil's words. She just said what was on her mind. Cloud Demon and the other two exchanged glances. In the end, they stepped forward and handed over 5 magic energy stones each. That's it? Yun Zhongfeng was on the verge of exploding upon seeing this. "Bastard, what's the difference between this and not getting it? Tell me what happened. Why is it like this?" Phoenix in the Cloud roared angrily. A terrifying aura spread throughout the square. Many martial artists who were in the midst of discussion shut their mouths in fear. "Aya, Brother Yun, don't be so angry. Anger is bad for your body. Even if the children couldn't do it, she should continue to believe in them. She shouldn't lose her temper so easily. See if it's because she didn't teach them well and wants to find fault with herself." Although Chun Bai's words were a little strange, Phoenix in the Cloud couldn't refute it, because these were the same words he said to Chen Bai in the past. Now, Chen Bai was giving him a taste of his own medicine. "Sect leader, I'm not angry. I just want to investigate this matter and see if someone broke the rules." Phoenix in the Cloud looked coldly at Ling Xiao, then continued to stare at Cloud Devil and the other two. "Tell me what happened." Cloud Devil was about to speak when Yun Lan suddenly said loudly, "Master, do you still need to ask? Of course it was that guy Ling Xiao who stole it. I don't know what kind of treasure that guy obtained from the sect master, but he didn't lose any strength in the demonic sea secret realm. Furthermore, he and that bird beside him ambushed us and stole all of our demonic energy crystals. This is a violation of the rules. It's cheating. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say such things." "You mean that I helped Ling Xiao cheat?" Chen Bai said coldly, and a terrifying murderous aura shrouded Yun Lan. "Sect leader, although Yun Lan's words are a little overboard, it's not impossible." Phoenix in the Cloud blocked the murderous aura for Yun Lan and said. At that moment, people in the crowd nodded. The sect leader is the most familiar with the demonic sea secret realm. If he helped Ling Xiao cheat, it's possible. Yes. If that's the case, then the sect leader is too biased. Who would be willing to serve the dragon cult in the future? Such discussions suddenly sounded, and Chun Bai's face turned ugly. However, he couldn't explain this matter. Even if he killed Yun Lan, he would lose the hearts of the people. Ha 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 ha. Mad dogs really do know how to bite people. Suddenly, a wild laughter mixed with a valiant sound martial skill instantly spread throughout the entire square, and those discussions came to an abrupt end. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. If it wasn't Ling Xiao, who else could it be? "Ling Xiao, who are you calling a mad dog?" Yun Lan shouted angrily. "Who else could it be other than you? You refused to admit defeat after losing the trial, and you started to bite people. In this world, there's something called evidence. You have to be responsible for your words. As long as you have evidence or witnesses, I'll get out of the dragon cult immediately. I won't stay any longer, lest I tarnish the sect leader's reputation. However, if you don't have evidence or witnesses, then you're slandering the sect leader. You know what kind of crime that is. Do you still remember how the third sect leader died? Ling Xiao looked at Yunlan indifferently and said coldly, "Sure, I have plenty of witnesses." Yunlan said proudly, "Do you think you can scare our people with your threats? Dream on. You said that if I have witnesses, you'll get out of the dragon cult immediately, right?" "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded, and a cruel sneer flashed across his eyes. Since Yunlan wanted to die, he couldn't stop him. "Fine, if you dare to swear, so do I. If you don't have witnesses or evidence, I, Yunlan, am at your disposal." Yunlan said loudly, "That doesn't count. If you don't have evidence, then you're guilty of slandering the sect leader. Of course, you'll be at his disposal. You have to bet something else." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "If he doesn't have evidence, then I'll quit as the vice sect leader. Is that okay?" Phoenix in the cloud suddenly said. He had already confirmed that Ling Xiao had robbed those people of their magical crystals. As long as there was one person who could prove it, then it would be a witness. Therefore, this was a bet that he couldn't lose. No matter what he said, it wouldn't be a problem. "Sai, I can't dismiss you because of this. How about this? Don't you have a jar of good fire dragon brew? If you lose this time, then give this fire dragon brew to Ling Xiao. How about it?" Chapter 28:13. Although the fire dragon brew was a type of wine, it was very effective against the Dark Knight. When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed like Chen Bai had always been concerned about the Dark Knight. "Sure." Phoenix in the cloud nodded and immediately asked Cloud Devil, Cloud Ghost, and Cloud Demon to stand out. "The three of you, tell me what happened. It's best if you tell me everything. If you lie, I won't forgive you." "Vice sect leader, we wouldn't dare to lie." Cloud Devil and the other two looked at each other and exchanged glances. They had already discussed what to say before the trial ended. Naturally, they wouldn't be exposed. Reporting to the higher-ups, the main reason why things didn't go smoothly this time was because of the appearance of the demonic sea beast emperor. Cloud Devil said, "That's right. For some reason, the demonic sea beast emperor suddenly entered the demonic sea secret realm. It's already very difficult for us to escape. How could we have the time to get the demonic crystal?" Cloud Ghost said, "In all honesty, we've already tried our best. There's really no other way." "What nonsense." Phoenix in the cloud thought that the three of them would criticize Ling Xiao in public. In the end, they replied in such a way that made him furious. "Master, please investigate this matter. We wouldn't dare to lie." Cloud Devil, Cloud Ghost, and Cloud Demon knelt down and said, "I didn't expect the three of you to encounter the same problem. Actually, we were the same. We were chased by the demonic sea beast emperor. We could only hide and didn't dare to come out." Wu La stood out and said, "Yeah, that guy is too terrifying. Vice sect leader, you should know that even you wouldn't dare to go against the demonic sea beast emperor. In order to save our lives, we could only give up the trial." Bai Shui said, "There's still another chance if you give up the trial, but if you die, you won't be able to serve the dragon cult anymore." Cunning added, "So that's the demonic sea beast emperor. No wonder it's so powerful. I almost died." Someone else spoke up, "Yeah, I was scared to death. I fainted in one move. If it weren't for my good luck, I wouldn't have made it back alive." The 31 disciples were all telling the truth. However, the Devil Sea Beast Kings they were talking about were actually Ling Xiao and Little Gold. But because he had indeed been beaten up, and very badly at that, it sounded very real, and people couldn't help but believe it. However, Yunlan and Phoenix in the cloud's expressions didn't look too good. "Tuoba Yunxiang, how many magic energy crystals did you get?" Phoenix in the cloud suddenly asked Tuoba Yunxiang. "Yes, about 100 or so." Tuoba Yunxiang replied, 100. With your strength, this shouldn't be the case." Phoenix in the cloud frowned. "Vice sect leader, I also encountered a demonic sea beast emperor, so I was too hasty." Tuoba Yunxiang said indifferently. Although he was not affected by Ling Zhao's soul-sucking technique, he was still willing to help Ling Xiao. Perhaps this was what they meant by no discord, no concord. Moreover, he was still hoping that Ling Xiao could help him escape from the clutches of tyrannical saber ghostly, you. Yun Lan's face turned ashen. Why didn't I encounter a demonic sea beast emperor? You still have the face to say that? In order to snatch the molten fire core from me, you have been fighting with me. Where did you find the time to encounter a demonic sea beast emperor? Right at this moment, Mu Qing spoke bluntly. What's going on, Mu Qing? Xiao Muyu asked coldly. She could pretend that she didn't see many things, but Mu Qing was her disciple. She definitely wouldn't allow anyone to bully her. No, it's nothing. Yun Lan hurriedly shook her head. Mu Qing also remained silent. It seemed that she had something she couldn't say. Since Mu Qing doesn't want to say it, I'll say it for her. This Yun Lan said that he wanted to force himself on Mu Qing and take her for himself, just like what Vice Sect Leader Yun did to Vice Sect Leader Xiao. Mu Qing didn't dare to say it, but Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He reckoned that Chen Bai still didn't know what had happened in the past. Bastard, how dare you slander me like that? Phoenix in the cloud shouted angrily. Her body flashed, and she directly charged towards Ling Xiao. However, before she could run a few meters, she was stopped by Xiao Muyu. Phoenix in the cloud, don't you think that you've embarrassed yourself enough? You've already lost the bet with Ling Xiao. Let's put our matter aside first. Wait, if you want to say it, then say it now. Is what Ling Xiao said true? What happened in the past? Chun Bai's face was extremely terrifying. If Xiao Muyu had fallen in love with someone else, he could still accept it. However, if Phoenix in the Cloud had used some special means to get Xiao Muyu, he definitely couldn't accept it. Big brother, there's nothing to say. It's been so many years. No matter what happened, let it rot in the river of time. Xiao Muyu turned her head and looked at Chen Bai. Her eyes were filled with pain and helplessness, because she knew very well that once she said what happened in the past, everything would be irreparable. Third sister, you? Chun Bai sighed helplessly. He didn't know why Xiao Muyu would do that. However, if Xiao Muyu didn't admit it, what other people said didn't count. Then, what reason did he have to attack Phoenix in the Cloud? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Yunglon, you just said that I cheated. What else do you have to say now? Although he couldn't attack because Xiao Muyu was in front of him, he still had other ways to make Phoenix in the Cloud suffer. Disciple. No, they're all talking nonsense. Why would the demonic sea beast king suddenly come out to cause trouble? It has been staying in the depths of the demonic sea secret realm all this time. Until now, Yunlan still didn't give up. After all, once he was convicted of slander, he would be at Chun Bai's mercy. Phoenix in the Cloud was unwilling to give her fire dragon wine to Ling Xiao. Hence, she said coldly, this matter needs to be investigated. These people might not be telling the truth. This fella didn't even believe his own people at such a crucial moment. You're saying that the demonic sea beast king has been staying in the depths of the demonic sea secret realm all this time? Don't be ridiculous. Now that the demonic sea beast king has escaped from the demonic sea secret realm, the demonic sea secret realm will no longer be special. Ling Xiao sneered and said, if you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. Disciple, are you serious? Chun Bai frowned and asked, how would I dare to lie? The reason why the demonic sea beast king is causing trouble is probably to find a place to escape. Ling Xiao replied. The golden crow remnant soul had been swallowed by Xiao Jin. Hence, the demonic sea beast king naturally didn't exist anymore. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the reason he randomly made up. Let's go and take a look. Chun Bai, Phoenix in the Cloud, Xiao Muyu, and Domineering Blade Ghostly entered the demonic sea secret realm. After about 20 minutes, they returned to the square. Chapter 28:14. Me. How is this possible? Yun Lan could not believe that this was actually true. However, Yun Zhongfeng's expression seemed to have become even uglier. It was as if something else had been affected by this unforeseen event. It had caused a flaw in one of his plans, causing him to feel extremely displeased. He suddenly attacked and kicked Yun Lan. Yunlan vomited blood on the spot and fell to the ground, looking at Phoenix in the Cloud in horror. Phoenix in the Cloud continued to attack and beat Yunlan until he was almost dead. Only then did the first elder and the others hypocritically stop him. Sect leader, Yunlan has committed a serious crime by slandering you. However, he is now half dead. Shouldn't you forgive him? The first elder said. Yes, sect leader. Please be merciful. After all, Yunlan is the #1 genius of the dragon cult. He is second only to Chan Songxiao. An elder also stood out and said, Phoenix in the Cloud's move was really well played. He took the initiative to attack Yunlan. Naturally, he could make sure that his strength was appropriate. Although Yunlan was also in a miserable state, he would not die. This also won the sympathy of the higher-ups. Although Chunbai wanted to kill Yunlan on the spot, he had no other choice. After all, he was the sect leader. He could not act as he pleased like Ling Xiao. Where is the fire dragon brew? Chunbai looked at Phoenix in the Cloud and asked. Phoenix in the Cloud took out a jar of fire dragon brew from his storage ring and threw it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao caught it and laughed. Vice sect leader Yun, you tried your best to protect Yunlan today. However, you could not stop that trash from seeking his own death. I hope that you can discipline him more strictly. Otherwise, there will still be problems. Phoenix in the Cloud snorted coldly. At this moment, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. However, Chunbai and Xiao Muyu were present. Even if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, there was no chance at all. All right, since this matter is over, Mu Qing, take out the magic crystals you obtained. Chunbai said as he looked at Mu Qing. Although he didn't manage to kill Yunlan, Yunlan would need to rest for at least 1 or 2 months to recover. After such a long time, Ling Xiao's strength had probably long surpassed his. Furthermore, he even managed to get his hands on the fire dragon brew that Phoenix in the Cloud had always been reluctant to part with. This time, it was actually quite worth it. Therefore, there was no need to dwell on this matter. Mu Qing hesitated for a moment before finally taking out 400 magic energy stones. This was because she had heard from Ling Xiao that Ling Xiao had 500 magic energy stones. She didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Just think of it as repaying Ling Xiao for saving my life. Because of Yunlan's attack, I didn't have much time to look for magic energy stones. Later, the demonic sea beast emperor appeared, so I didn't have that much time. So, I only got this much. Mu Qing explained. Not bad. So far, you've got the most magic energy stones. Chunbai said with a smile. Ling Xiao, you're the only one left. Take out your magic energy stones and let everyone see. After Mu Qing left, Ling Xiao looked at Ling Xiao and said, Wait. Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly said, Sect Master, although Yunlan committed a capital crime, he still participated in the trial. He can't be excluded, right? What right does he have to participate in the trial rankings with such a serious crime? Chunbai said coldly, Master, since he wants to participate in the trial rankings, just give him a chance. Otherwise, everyone will be unconvinced. Since I want to take first place, I have to make everyone obedient. Ling Xiao knew that if he allowed Chunbai and Phoenix in the Cloud to continue fighting, it would be a waste of time. He might as well take a step back. After all, it was impossible for Yunlan to get more magic energy stones than him. All right, since you've said it, I'll give in to them. Yunlan, take out your magic energy stones. Chunbai shouted sternly. Yunlan could no longer move by himself. Even so, he could just send a disciple to retrieve the magic energy stones from Yunlan's storage ring. He did not expect Phoenix in the Cloud to retrieve the storage ring personally. Oh no, this old thing is trying to cheat. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong. His Tai Chi eye caught something that others could not. The moment Phoenix in the Cloud put his hand into the storage ring, he put a lot of things into it. Old dog, how shameless. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and cursed. At that moment, Phoenix in the Cloud had already taken out the items from the storage ring. Wow, as expected of the #1 senior brother Yunlan. Oh my god, there are 1,000 magic energy stones and 10 demonic sea king crystals. That's amazing. He's definitely #1. He's already broken his own record. Yeah, No wonder Vice Sect Leader Yun wants Senior Brother Yunlan to show his results. Hee. Even if Ling Xiao beats Senior Sister Mu Qing, he won't be able to beat Senior Brother Yunlan. At most, he'll get third place. Following the discussions, Phoenix in the Cloud turned around and looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and a cold smile. His meaning was obvious. Aren't you being cocky? Are you going to continue being cocky now? He wanted to see the shock and despair on Ling Xiao's face. However, what he found strange was that although Ling Xiao was shocked, there was no despair on his face. Instead, there was a hint of disdain and mockery. Hee, Vice Sect Leader Yun, you're really something. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. What do you mean by that? Phoenix in the Cloud said coldly. He firmly believed that no one had noticed his actions just now. I'm sure Vice Sect Leader Yun knows what I'm trying to do. Do you think you can fool everyone by putting the Demonic Sea King crystal and the Demonic Sea King crystal you obtained in the Demonic Sea secret realm into Yunlan's storage ring? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Hearing this, Phoenix in the Cloud frowned. He didn't expect his actions to be discovered. Impudent! How dare you slander this Vice Sect Master? Phoenix in the Cloud roared, and a terrifying aura engulfed Ling Xiao. What's wrong? Are you angry out of humiliation? Ling Xiao sneered. Humph, Ling Xiao, you better have evidence to back up your words. Otherwise, you're slandering me. What happened to Yunlan will happen to you. Slandering the Vice Sect Leader is the same as slandering the Sect Leader. The first type of elder snorted. That's right. He must have gotten less magic energy stones than Senior Brother Yunlan. That's why. Voices of doubt could be heard from the crowd. Ling Xiao, show us your results as soon as possible. Don't make wild guesses here. One of the elders added, because no one thought that Ling Xiao's results could surpass the record. Wild guesses? Hee, let's put this aside for now. We'll talk about it later. No matter what despicable methods you Phoenix in the Cloud use, it's all in vain. Because in your heart, you're still looking down on me. I'll show you what a real Vice Sect Leader is like. I'll show you what a real champion is like. Chapter 28:15. Vice Sect Leader Yun. I'm untalented and have only achieved a little. In this trial of the Demonic Sea secret realm, I've obtained a total of 1,500 demonic energy stones and 20 demonic sea monarch crystals. Everyone's arithmetic is correct, so there shouldn't be any suspense as to who will be first, right? Ling Xiao showed his results, and the entire place fell silent. A moment later, there was an earth-shattering cheer. Of course, most of the people cheering were from the sect leader's faction, but their voices were loud enough. No one, including Chun Bai, had expected that Ling Xiao, who had participated in the Demonic Sea Secret Realms trial for the first time, would actually get first place. Moreover, it was an extremely huge advantage. In this way, the demonic dragon possession naturally belonged to Ling Xiao. Only after Ling Xiao cultivated it would the others be qualified to cultivate it. Moreover, 3 days was a result that had never been achieved before. It could be said that it was an eternal record in the history of the Demonic Sea secret realm. Now that the Demonic Sea Beast Emperor had disappeared and the Demonic Sea secret realm was collapsing, there would probably not be such a trial in the future. Looking at the high-spirited Ling Xiao standing there, the people's hearts were really complicated. The most excited person was naturally Chun Bai. When he accepted this disciple, he was actually quite nervous because of Qian Songxiong's precedent. Moreover, there would definitely be many people in the dragon cult who would suppress Ling Xiao. He was completely uncertain whether Ling Xiao could make a name for himself. However, today, Ling Xiao used his brilliant results to tell him that his choice back then was not wrong. Not only was it not wrong, but it was also very outstanding. His joy was naturally Phoenix in the Cloud's sorrow and anger. He had spent a lot of effort to cheat, risking his face, and did not want to let Ling Xiao win. However, Ling Xiao still won and won so easily. This was simply a ruthless slap to his face. He could not do anything. Phoenix in the Cloud was very angry. In his chest, a ball of anger burned uncontrollably. His gaze was fixed on Ling Xiao. It was this brat who had embarrassed him and caused his plans to fail time and time again. In the past, he had never thought of personally killing Ling Xiao because he didn't think it was necessary. However, from today onwards, he felt that it would be more appropriate for him to act personally. As long as Ling Xiao was not eliminated, he would not be able to rest in peace. Sect leader, congratulations. I'm feeling a little unwell, so I'll take my leave first. With that, Phoenix in the Cloud prepared to leave with her men. Wait. However, a voice called out to him. Vice Sect Leader Yun, you seem to be a little forgetful. What happened just now hasn't been explained clearly. I don't want to be accused of slandering Vice Sect Leader. The one who spoke was naturally Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't like the saying that one should spare others whenever possible. He only knew what it meant to beat a drowning dog. You. Phoenix in the Cloud's face was extremely gloomy. Brat, what are you trying to do? Vice Sect Leader Yun, you're being too serious. I'm not trying to do anything. It's you who helped Yunlan cheat. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Ling Xiao didn't give Phoenix in the Cloud any face. If you don't have evidence, then don't spout nonsense. Phoenix in the Cloud said coldly. Who told you that I don't have evidence? Ling Xiao said with a smile. As everyone knows, the storage ring has a small function. It's very practical, but many people only use it on a daily basis and don't pay much attention to it. It's called the time recording function. Every time a batch of items is put in, it will generate a time point. Vice Sect Leader Yun, you just need to check Yunlan's storage ring to see if he cheated. As soon as he said that, the crowd began to discuss. Yes, it does have such a small function. I almost forgot that it's very useful when organizing things. I've used it before. Not bad. It can indeed prove whether Vice Sect Leader Yun cheated or not. Vice Sect Leader Yun, a clean conscience is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Just let them check. The disciples who didn't know the truth shouted loudly. In their hearts, Vice Sect Leader Yun wasn't so despicable. Phoenix in the Cloud's face was extremely gloomy. He suddenly crushed Yunlan's storage ring and said coldly, no one can suspect me, Phoenix in the Cloud. No one. Let's go. His action shocked countless disciples. However, Ling Xiao revealed a victorious smile. Actually, this small function wasn't as useful as he said. He was so confident because he knew Phoenix in the Cloud's personality. Phoenix in the Cloud would definitely not let them check. And that was the truth. Yun Zhongfeng's act of destroying the storage ring was tantamount to revealing 300 taels of silver here. Looking at Phoenix in the Cloud's back, many people cursed in their hearts. This Vice Sect Master's reputation, which was like the sun in the sky, was once again successfully weakened by Ling Xiao. Sai, disciple, why did you have to do this? This way, you and Phoenix in the Cloud will definitely be like fire and water. He won't let you go. Chunbai sighed. Master, you're wrong. If I didn't do this, he still wouldn't let me go. So, I might as well stomp on this bastard and vent my anger. However, your foster children should be careful. During this period, it's best for them to stay in the Devil Hall and cultivate. Don't go anywhere. Even if it's a little frustrating, you have to prevent Phoenix in the Cloud from taking revenge. That despicable and shameless person, there's nothing he doesn't dare to do. You're right. Chunbai nodded. He also knew that with Ling Xiao's continuous rise, the time for him to completely fall out with Phoenix in the Cloud was approaching. All right, congratulations, my disciple. I'll hand over all the cultivation methods of the demonic dragon possession to you. Chunbai smiled, then announced this matter to everyone. The human heart was a very strange thing. When a person gained power, many people would be willing to follow him because they knew that following him would give them the greatest chance of success. Ever since Ling Xiao came to the dragon cult, he had repeatedly suppressed Phoenix in the Cloud's faction in various matters. This caused many people who were originally wavering to become determined to follow Chunbai. Speaking of which, the number of people who were in the middle was actually the largest. Ling Xiao's success in the demonic sea mystery realm trial this time was not only due to the increase in strength, but also the acquisition of cultivation methods. More importantly, it was this kind of invisible power. The one who had the power would have the world. When everyone was preparing to leave with very complicated feelings, Chunbai did something that shocked everyone again. This cult leader understood what it meant to strike while the iron was hot. He publicly announced that Ling Xiao would be his successor. After his death, Ling Xiao would directly inherit the position of dragon cult leader. The dragon cult was created by him alone and belonged to him alone. This was the same as those kingdoms and empires. Originally, if Qinbai had a son, the one who would inherit the position of cult leader would definitely be his son. Now, he passed the position of cult leader to Ling Xiao, which was absolutely natural. Chapter 28:16. The people who were already preparing to leave began to re-evaluate this youth. Ling Xiao had only joined the dragon cult for a little more than a month, but he had already achieved such brilliant results. Although becoming the successor of the dragon cult might be a bit hasty, it was also reasonable. After all, the battle between the dragon cult and the Chen country's royal family was very dangerous. Qinbai could die at any time. Even if he died, the position of cult leader couldn't be left empty. Originally, many people thought that Phoenix in the Cloud was the most suitable candidate to inherit the position of cult leader, but the recent events caused them to have serious doubts about Phoenix in the Cloud's character and ability. Perhaps Ling Xiao, a genius youth who repeatedly set various records in the dragon cult, could really become the most outstanding cult leader in the history of the dragon cult. They were looking forward to it. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao didn't reject the position of dragon cult leader. If he wanted to unify the Chen country, the dragon cult had to be a powerful force that he could conquer. As long as he became the cult leader, this wouldn't be a problem. Qinbai had his own plan, and so did Ling Xiao. It was just that his plan was more long-term. What he wanted wasn't the small dragon cult, the small Qin country, or the Black Tortoise continent. He wanted to unify the entire mystic world. From the moment he set this great ambition, he had been working hard to achieve it. Although the process was extremely dangerous, and he had almost lost his life many times due to various dangers, he had persevered. The Sky Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent were already in his hands. This time, it was the Black Tortoise continent's turn. Although the Black Tortoise continent was larger than the previous 3 continents combined, and its strength was much stronger, but his determination couldn't be shaken. Good, as long as you accept it. Master was afraid that you wouldn't accept it. What do you plan to do next? Qinbai asked. Now that I've obtained the Fire Dragon Brew, I plan to wake up the Mountain Chieftain first. After that, I'll naturally cultivate the demonic dragon possession. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, But Shizhuan, that bastard Phoenix in the Cloud, seems to be plotting something behind our backs. I don't know the details, so you have to be careful. I understand. Qinbai nodded. Phoenix in the Cloud had never stopped scheming. In the past, he only had one goal, and that was to kill Qinbai. Now, he had another goal, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. Even though he didn't know what Phoenix in the Cloud was up to, he was certain of one thing. All right then, if Master doesn't have any other instructions, this disciple will return to the Devil Sun Hall first. Ling Xiao said. He was very anxious now. Dark Knight Formless had been unconscious for so long. He had to wake up quickly, or his body would degenerate. Go. Qinbai nodded. He also had to make some preparations. Phoenix in the Cloud could turn hostile at any time. He definitely couldn't be too passive. After returning to the Devil Sun Hall, Ling Xiao immediately used the Fire Dragon Brew. He had already thought of a way to save Dark Knight Formless. He was just missing the Fire Dragon Brew. Now that everything was gathered, Dark Knight Formless successfully woke up in less than half an hour. When family members met, it was naturally very touching. Facing Dark Knight Formless confusion, Ling Xiao told him everything that had happened during this period of time. Even though he was anxious to cultivate, he still maintained absolute patience. Dark Knight Formless had done him a great favor, and he would never be able to repay it in this lifetime. How could he be tired of it? Everything that happened was too unbelievable. I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems that I didn't misjudge you. Ling Xiao, I need to calm down and think about the past. If you want to cultivate, go quickly. Don't delay because of me. Dark Knight Formless was happy for Ling Xiao, but the large amount of information made him a little dazed. He had to organize it properly. Mountain Lord, this dragon cult isn't very safe. Try not to leave the Devil Sun Hall. Otherwise, I can't predict what will happen. Ling Xiao reminded. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Dark Knight Formless smiled. Little Gold, protect the Mountain Lord. Remember, don't leave him. Ling Xiao turned around and said to Little Gold. The current Little Gold's battle strength had soared to the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. He was definitely his trump card. If someone really tried to sneak into the Devil Sun Hall to ambush Dark Knight Formless, there would only be one outcome: death. Boss, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to the Mountain Lord. Ba. One of you is my benefactor, and the other is my good brother. None of you can die. If you can't handle it, call me. Ling Xiao glared at Little Gold and said unhappily, Hee, boss, I'm just saying, go and cultivate. Little Gold chuckled. Ling Xiao nodded and returned to his cultivation room. He wanted to refine the Purple Lightning in Thunder Essence. Although he couldn't condense the Purple Lightning in Thunder Battle form yet, his cultivation would be able to break through after refining the Purple Lightning in Thunder Essence. He urgently needed to improve his strength now. As for the Purple Lightning in Thunder Battle form, he could take it slow. The Purple Lightning in Thunder Essence was a terrifying existence that even the 9 underworlds' Yellow Springs golden light couldn't melt. It contained rich purple lightning in Thunder Chi. It could be said that the entire thing was a treasure. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao swallowed this thing into his stomach. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be so crazy because the terrifying low temperature would freeze them to death in an instant. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. The moment he swallowed the Purple Lightning in Thunder Essence, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as if his whole body was about to freeze. However, his body was naturally able to generate a blazing heat to resist the low temperature. He had the beginner volcanic battle form and 3 kinds of divine fires in his body. Although the Purple Lightning in Thunder Essence was terrifying, it didn't mean much to him. Refined. But even so, it wouldn't be good for his body to resist it for a long time. So he seized the time to refine the Purple Lightning in Thunder Essence, which would be of great help to him. The refining process was very simple. Ling Xiao's body was a furnace. The Purple Lightning in Thunder Essence was constantly being melted in the fire, and then it turned into a pure aura that seeped into every corner of Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's cultivation sea also began to fill up. All of this seemed to have happened naturally. The entire process was so easy that even Ling Xiao was surprised. His cultivation base had successfully broken through to the middle of the 12th level of hell after an hour. He was close to the late stages of the 12th level of hell. It's a pity that I wasn't able to break through 2 small boundaries. Master, what you said wasn't very reliable. Ling Xiao was naturally speaking to the Yuan Venerate. You can't blame me for this. It's your cultivation sea that contains too much energy. If it had been anyone else, they would have been able to break through 3 whole boundaries. But you can only break through 1 boundary. However, every time you break through, you will definitely be much stronger than martialists of the same boundary. There is no doubt about this. Chapter 28:17. Ling Xiao could still accept the Yuan Venerate's explanation. He had always been able to challenge people of a higher grade because his internal strength was stronger than other martialists of the same grade. Forget it. Being able to reach the mid-stage of the 12th level of the Infernal Realm was already pretty good. It had only been 1 trial in the Demonic Sea Mystic Realm, yet he had already broken through a major boundary. Anyone who heard of this would treat it as a miracle. About 2 months ago, Chen Songxiong's cultivation had only been at this level. In these 2 months, given Chen Songxiong's aptitude and talent, as well as the nurturing of the Chen Nation's 5 elders, he would definitely have made a breakthrough. He might even have reached the peak of the 12th level of the Infernal Realm. Ling Xiao knew very well that others couldn't stop advancing while he was improving. It was just that his speed of improvement was faster. 2 months ago, he had needed to use the Bloody Rat Devil Art. Furthermore, Chen Songxiong had been in a hurry to end the battle and had shown a flaw. That was how he had been able to turn the tables. However, that had been a fluke. Actually, his chances of winning back then had been less than 10%. However, if he were to meet Chen Songxiong again, his chances of winning would definitely be more than 50%. This was progress. Even if the people around him were also improving, it would be enough as long as he improved faster. What he needed to do next was to cultivate the demonic dragon possession and ultimately obtain the demonic dragon sword. The demonic dragon sword was also a mortal-grade archweapon like the Blood Thunder Emperor sword and the 8 immortal swords. However, even weapons of the same grade had differences in quality. The demonic dragon sword was one of the most outstanding weapons. Only it could contend with the Chun Nation's King's sword. Although that sword had many names, such as the Thunder Emperor's sword and the Emperor's sword, it still referred to that one sword. The Thunder Attribute King's sword. As long as he could obtain the demonic dragon sword, Ling Xiao wouldn't lose to Chen Songxiang in terms of weapons. He had a grudge against the Qin Nation's royal family, but more importantly, he wanted to take the Qin Nation for himself. This was his grand ambition. He would destroy anyone who dared to obstruct him. He was a tyrant, not a benevolent king. A tyrant was needed to conquer the world. A king was more suitable to govern the world. Conquering the state of Chun was just a small step on his path to becoming a hegemon. Not to mention the profound world. Even the Black Tortoise continent was filled with experts and countless countries. In the entire Black Tortoise continent, this tiny Qin country was merely the lowest-ranked country. Even in the western regions, the state of Qian was only ranked at the bottom among the tens of thousands of countries. It was mentioned earlier that the ones who truly controlled the western region were the 9 forces known as the 9 Supremes. The Qin Nation was meant for him to practice his skills. If he couldn't even take down the Qin Nation, there was no need to even think about the other powerful nations around it. As for the 9 Supremes, he could forget about it. As for the 2 women that Ling Xiao missed the most, one of them was in the Golden Heavenly Nation. One was in the Palace of Eternal Life. Needless to say, the Immortal Palace was the core of the Black Tortoise continent. It was the strongest force and also the last force that Ling Xiao would conquer. Although the Golden Heavenly Nation was not as powerful as the Palace of Eternal Life, it was more terrifying than the 9 Supremes of the West. The reincarnation of the Moon Lady, Yu Fenghua, had returned to the Immortal Palace to participate in the examination. There was still no news of her, but it was useless to worry. The Immortal Palace was too far away from him. As for the Golden Heavenly Nation, where the Divine Codex was, it was also unreachable. Because of these expectations, his desire for strength was stronger than anyone else's. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid, nor would he lose confidence. He had the strongest martial spirit in the profound world. As long as he didn't slack off and persevered, there would be a day when he would reach the peak of the Black Tortoise continent and the profound world. As for Xiao Jin, it was the most terrifying existence in the Black Tortoise continent. It was the product of devouring the demon fetus and the golden crow's soul. There was no need for them to be afraid. After breaking through, Ling Xiao calmed down and began to study the demonic dragon possession. In fact, this kind of support-type martial arts was much easier to cultivate than the demonic dragon phantom movement technique. Ling Xiao quickly grasped the knack and began to immerse himself in it. If there was someone else present, they would definitely see a black demonic dragon circling above Ling Xiao's head. At the same time, in the demonic dragon city's vice sect leader's residence, the construction here wasn't inferior to the demon palace at all. After so many years, Phoenix in the Cloud had actually controlled the dragon cult. Although Qinbai wasn't completely taken over, it was close. However, the series of events that had happened since then had caused him to suffer heavy losses. Not only did he fail to kill Qinbai, but he also made Qinbai's reputation stronger than before. This was something he didn't expect. And the culprit behind all of this was the small fry that he had once looked down on, Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao first arrived at the dragon cult, they actually thought that he was a fake. Looking back now, it was really laughable. In a secret room in the residence, there were about 10 people sitting upright. They were all Phoenix in the Cloud's diehard fans. Other than himself, there was also the first sect elder, domineering blade ghostly, Yunlan, and a mysterious person dressed in a blue robe that covered his face. There were also a few helm leaders of the dragon cult. Don't underestimate these helm leaders. Because they had been away for a long time, it was hard to notice them. However, only the first sect elder knew that any one of these helm leaders was stronger than him. Among these people, he was the weakest. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some power in his hands, he probably wouldn't be qualified to participate in such a meeting. Why didn't you let Cloud Devil, Cloud Ghost, Cloud Demon, Woola, White Blood, and Delicate Flower come? These 6 little guys have reached the age where they can be of great use. The first sect elder asked curiously. Among all the disciples, only Yunlan, who was severely injured, was present. This was too illogical. Let's not let them participate for now. I keep feeling that something is wrong with this demonic sea secret realm trial. Let's conduct a secret investigation on them first. After confirming that there are no problems, let's let them participate in this important meeting. Phoenix in the Cloud was indeed a sly old fox. He was very cautious. Although he didn't have any evidence to prove that those people had betrayed him, based on his years of experience, he decided that it was better to hide some things from them. That's good too. The first sect elder sighed in his heart. He was still inferior to Phoenix in the Cloud. Yunlan, how do you feel? Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly looked at the injured Yunlan and asked, "Thank you for the healing pill, Master. My injuries are almost healed." Yunlan replied. Phoenix in the Cloud said with satisfaction, "That's good. Actually, you can't be blamed for this matter." That Ling Xiao exuded an evil aura. Even I have underestimated him a little. Thinking about it carefully, when he wreaked havoc in Thunder City, he was actually able to escape from the 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion and Chan Zhangxiang. If he didn't have some ability, it was almost impossible. Moreover, General Purple Thunder was killed by him. It is said that even Chan Zhangxiang was defeated by him. Chapter 28:18. After Ling Xiao killed the Thunder Seigneur, he fought with the Qiangguo's Elder Kong. Not only did he escape unscathed, he even injured Elder Kong. This kid's strength really can't be judged based on his cultivation. It's not unjust that you lost to him. Although Phoenix in the Cloud was furious, he had no choice but to admit that Ling Xiao was strong. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. This kid was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Master, you don't have to boost the morale of others and diminish your own prestige. If it was a one-on-one battle, he definitely wouldn't be this disciple's opponent. Yunlan was still unconvinced. Of course, it's just that this kid is very cunning. Even if you want to fight him one-on-one, he might not fight you one-on-one. Don't be fooled by his impulsive appearance. This kid is actually very cunning. He will only fight when he is sure that he can defeat his opponent. Otherwise, he will use his movement technique that even I don't understand to escape. Phoenix in the Cloud frowned. Brother Yun, since you asked me to participate in this meeting today, then I must say something. This Ling Xiao has already become our common problem. He is a thorn in our side, a thorn in our flesh. If we don't get rid of him, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles in the future. You guys have heard the news that just came, right? Chunbai has already announced his identity as the successor of the dragon cult to him. In other words, if Chunbai dies, he can immediately inherit the position of the cult leader. In my opinion, this Ling Xiao is more difficult to deal with than Chunbai. His strength might not be as good as Chunbai's, but if he gets the demon dragon sword, then it's hard to say. If we want to kill him, we have to do it as soon as possible. The one who spoke was the mysterious person in the blue robe. Old brother is right. This kid is really too cunning. I worked so hard for so many years to make Chen Bai a mere figurehead. I definitely can't let him take the fruits of my labor. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a laughingstock for no reason? Phoenix in the Cloud said coldly. And that bird beside him, we must kill it as well. We've all overlooked the existence of that bird, but in reality, its threat is no less than Ling Xiao's. Yunlan suddenly said, in the demonic sea secret realm, that bird actually managed to stop me with a single move. Although it was a sneak attack at that time, Disciple could feel how terrifying that bird was. There's such a thing? Looks like this Ling Xiao is really not easy to deal with. Although I really want to destroy him, I don't have a foolproof plan. The first sect elder frowned his eyebrows. Humph, it's time to use that person. Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly snorted. That person? Everyone looked at Phoenix in the Cloud in confusion. To tell you the truth, I've already considered the possibility of such a situation happening a long time ago. Just in case, I planted 2 spies beside Chinbai, one in the light and one in the dark. Now, it's time for them to act. Phoenix in the Cloud sneered. Are you going to kill the sect leader? The first sect elder asked. No, How can Chen Bai be so easily ambushed? The person I'm going to kill this time is Dark Knight Formless. Phoenix in the Cloud sneered. I've investigated Ling Xiao for a long time. His only weakness is that he's too loyal. We'll kill Dark Knight Formless silently. His mind will be in a mess, and he won't be in the mood to cultivate. This way, he won't have anything to be afraid of, and we'll have more opportunities to target him. Wonderful. This is a wonderful plan. I know that back in the Qin Nation, Bo Yi Liuli of the Bo Yi family captured the two little girls by Ling Xiao's side. This Ling Xiao actually killed Bo Yi Liuli without any regard for the consequences. If it wasn't for Ji Hyun of Silla's muddle-headedness and protecting that kid would be dead already. What's certain is that once Dark Knight Formless dies, Ling Xiao will definitely be in a mess. It'll be very easy to kill him then. The blue-robed man chuckled. Speaking of which, Brother Yun, in terms of cunning, even 10 Ling Xiaos added together can't compare to you. Brother, you flatter me. The two of us are in the same boat. Phoenix in the Cloud laughed. Ha ha ha, then that's it. I'll take my leave first. I'll wait for Vice Sect Leader Yun's good news. The blue-robed man laughed loudly and turned to leave. Bah, who do you think you are? If I didn't want to use you to deal with Chen Bai, why would I cooperate with the Chen Nation's royal family? As soon as the blue-robed man left, Phoenix in the Cloud spat on the ground and cursed. Don't worry, Master. As long as we control the dragon cult, those idiots from the Chen Nation's royal family will die sooner or later. Yun Lan laughed. Let's not talk about this anymore. As for the assassination of Dark Knight Formless, Master will personally arrange it. How's the thing I asked you to do? Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly asked Yun Lan. Master, this matter was going very smoothly. Using the treasure you gave me, I captured more than 10 Devil Sea Beast Kings. Unfortunately, for some reason, the Devil Sea Beast Kings disappeared. I'm afraid our plan will have to be put on hold. Yun Lan said helplessly. Humph, it must be that Ling Xiao's doing again. This kind of situation has never happened before. As soon as he participated in the trial, the Devil Sea Beast Kings disappeared. Phoenix in the Cloud coldly snorted. However, although more than 10 Devil Sea Beast Kings aren't enough, it's enough to complete our experiment. This time, let Cloud Devil and the others be the test subjects, including that Mu Qing. That girl actually dares to side with Ling Xiao. If I don't teach her a lesson, she won't know how powerful I am. Master, she's indeed a slut. But wouldn't it be a waste to use her as a test subject? Yun Lan asked. Hee, don't worry. I naturally know what you're thinking. I'll make sure you have a taste of her before that. Phoenix in the Cloud chuckled. Thank you for your help, Master. Yun Lan revealed an excited smile. In the Devil Prince's hall, Ling Xiao was cultivating. He didn't know what had happened in Phoenix in the Cloud's residence. The cultivation of the Devil Dragon possession was easier than he had imagined. Perhaps it was because he had cultivated the Devil Dragon Phantom Movement technique and the Devil Fairy Sword Shadow, 2 Immortal Grade 3rd Heaven martial skills. Therefore, with some experience, it was easier for him to cultivate compared to ordinary people. The so-called Devil Dragon possession was to summon the Devil Dragon's Qi to attach to one's body to enhance one's combat power. There were 5 types of Devil Dragons, which represented defense, inner strength, speed, soul force, and attack power. When the Devil Dragon possession was cultivated to the first level, one could summon a Devil Dragon and choose to upgrade any one of the 5 abilities. Moreover, the ability would be doubled. When the Devil Dragon possession was cultivated to the second level, one could summon 2 Devil Dragons at the same time and upgrade 2 abilities at the same time. Moreover, the ability would be doubled. When the Devil Dragon possession was cultivated to the third level, one could summon all 5 Devil Dragons at the same time and upgrade 5 abilities at the same time. Moreover, the ability would be quadrupled. Ling Xiao had been cultivating for more than an hour, but he had only cultivated to the first level, which allowed him to summon a Devil Dragon. However, this was already very powerful. Chapter 28:19. Late at night, outside the Devil Sun Great Hall, Ling Xiao, who had been cultivating for a long time, came out to take a breather. He was a person who cared about the balance between work and rest. Although he was anxious to increase his strength, he wouldn't forcefully tire himself to death. Who is it? Ling Xiao, who was taking a stroll, suddenly saw a sneaky figure flash by outside the Devil Sun Great Hall. Although he considered the possibility that it was bait, he still chased after it. Someone who dared to sneak into the Devil Sun Great Hall most likely wanted to harm him or the people in the Devil Sun Great Hall. He definitely couldn't ignore it. Using the demonic dragon phantom movement technique, he caught up to the figure in a short while. "Brother Ling, it's me. Tuoba Yunxiang." Ling Xiao frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. Tuoba Yunxiang had come to the Devil Sun Great Hall late at night, so there must be something important. Long story short, someone wants to harm Dark Knight Formless. Be careful. Although Tuoba Yunxiang didn't participate in that secret meeting, this didn't prevent him from knowing the contents of the meeting through some channels. After all, he was Tyrannical Saber Ghost Li's disciple, and even those branch masters had to be respectful to him. Of course, the information he received wasn't detailed, and only knew that someone wanted to harm Dark Knight Formless. As for the specifics, he didn't know. Saying this, he turned and left. Ling Xiao didn't stop him. Although he was puzzled as to how Dark Knight Formless could be harmed in the Devil Sun Great Hall, since Tuoba Yunxiang took the risk to inform him, then it must be true. Thinking this, he couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Although Tuoba Yunxiang didn't say it clearly, this matter definitely has something to do with Phoenix in the Cloud. I once swore that whoever dares to harm my loved ones, I'll let them die. I'm temporarily not a match for Phoenix in the Cloud, but Yunlan and the First Sect Elder don't think about living. Thinking this, he immediately used soul power to contact Xiaojin. Keep an eye on anyone near the Mountain Master. Even if it's our own people, don't underestimate them. Yes, boss. Xiaojin didn't ask why. Since Ling Xiao ordered this, he naturally had his reasons, and he just had to do it. After informing Xiaojin, Ling Xiao was slightly relieved. He believed that the person who could make a move against Yihei Wuxing in the Devil Sun Hall was definitely one of his own people. It must be one of Qinbai's adopted sons and daughters. From the looks of it, Yun Zhongfeng had already planted a mole. Himph, I'll make you lose both your spy and your soldiers this time. Let your years of planning go to waste. Thinking of this, he turned around and returned to the Devil Air Hall. Although Xiaojin was around, he still couldn't be completely at ease. Although Xiaojin could protect Dark Knight Formless, there were several spies in Phoenix in the Cloud. As for who they were, Xiaojin couldn't determine. How could a spy be allowed to sleep peacefully beside the bed? This time, he had to uncover all the spies in Phoenix in the Cloud. The Devil Child's Great Hall was very big. Formless liked peace and quiet at night, so he chose to stay in the innermost courtyard. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Although his talent wasn't as good as Ling Xiao's, he didn't want to be a burden to Ling Xiao. If he had the chance, he naturally wanted to raise his cultivation as much as possible. Fortunately, the cultivation conditions here were much better than at 8 Immortal Mountain, and he wasn't weak to begin with. Now, he had already recovered to the peak of the 8th level of Hell. However, this cultivation was definitely at the bottom of the dragon cult. If someone really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Therefore, he had to work even harder. Xiaojin stood on a nearby tree, vigilantly observing the situation around him. After receiving Ling Xiao's notification, he didn't dare to be negligent. Not long after, a dozen people led by Chen Luan walked over. They were all Qinbai's adopted sons and daughters. They were worried that Phoenix in the Cloud and the others would secretly kill them, so they stayed in the Devil Air Hall. However, they actually came together today, so he didn't know why. Xiaojin faintly felt a trace of worry in his heart. If 1 or 2 people came, he could still keep an eye on them. However, if a dozen people came at the same time, how could he determine who was a spy from Phoenix in the Cloud? Just as he was thinking, Dark Knight Formless opened his eyes and looked at everyone. "Senior Dark Knight, we were bored, so we specially prepared some food and wine. You've been cultivating hard, so why don't we rest together and talk about the problems in your cultivation? We can help you solve your doubts." Chunluan said with a smile. Because Ling Xiao had given them this shelter, they were safe and sound. So, according to common sense, it was only right for them to thank Dark Knight Formless. There was no problem with this reason. Sure, Dark Knight Formless didn't know what danger there was and felt that it was a kind gesture, so he nodded and accepted. On the other hand, Xiao Jin was getting more and more worried. In order to find the spy as quickly as possible, he purposely flew onto Dark Knight Formless' shoulder. This way, no matter who made a move, he would be able to stop them immediately. The food and wine were quickly served, and everyone sat down. Chun Luan was the first to raise his glass and clinked it with Dark Knight Formless. This made Xiao Jin pay special attention to him. However, at this moment, a small knife about an inch long appeared in the hand of the person closest to Dark Knight Formless. There was a faint cold light on the small knife, as if it was smeared with something poisonous. The small knife stabbed towards Dark Knight Formless. That person's eyes flashed with excitement. As long as this mission was completed, he could get rid of his identity as a spy and officially become a sect elder. This was Vice Sect Leader Yun's promise to him. When that time came, he would have everything he wanted. He wouldn't have to act like a grandson anymore. However, just as the tip of the knife was about to touch Dark Knight Formless, a terrifying wave of heat rushed towards him. His body flew out uncontrollably and landed heavily on the ground. The small knife also fell to the ground, still flashing with a faint cold light. "Chun Pai, what are you doing?" Chun Luan looked at the knife in shock and instantly understood what was going on. "What am I doing? Killing that trash." Chun Pai wiped the blood at the corners of his mouth and said coldly, "You bunch of fools still don't understand? Chun Bai is already finished. Following Vice Sect Leader Yun is the right path. Right now, Vice Sect Leader Yun gave me the order to kill that trash. As long as I kill him, I can get whatever I want." "Bastard, I'll kill you." Chun Luan walked over and grabbed that person's neck. While at this time, Xiao Jin also stared fixedly at this person, wanting to turn this guy into ashes. "You dare to kill me? I'm Vice Sect Leader Yun's person. If you kill me, even Chun Bai won't be able to protect you." That person looked at Chun Luan arrogantly and said coldly, "You guys have always been a bunch of cowards. Do you really think that I don't understand? Following you bunch of cowards, I've pretended to be a grandson for a very long time. I've long been very unhappy. Since you're unhappy, then go to hell." Chapter 28:20. No. Xiao Jin was celebrating after killing Chen Pai when he suddenly heard Chun Yan's cry. He turned around and saw another person aiming a palm at Dark Knight Formless back. This person's palm was surrounded by a terrifying black aura. There was no way Dark Knight Formless could block it. "I was careless. I didn't expect there to be two spies." Xiao Jin was shocked. However, it was already too late for him to save Dark Knight Formless. It was simply too late. At the critical moment, a hand reached out from the void and grabbed the hand that was emitting the terrifying black gas. Then, a person stepped out from the darkness and looked coldly at the spy in front of him. "You attacked my benefactor. Are you ready to atone for your sins?" The person was Ling Xiao. He had been hiding in the dark with the Nether Demon Dragon. He was afraid that there was more than one spy. As soon as the spy made a move, he stepped in to stop him. A cold voice came from his mouth, and the air seemed to freeze. Ling Xiao, why are you here?" The spy looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He felt a sense of fear and coldness that he had never felt before. "Boss, this is great." Seeing Ling Xiao appear, Xiao Jin was relieved. If the other party's sneak attack had succeeded, he would have felt guilty for the rest of his life. Dark Knight Formless also let out a long breath. He had just woken up and still had many things to do. It would be a pity if he died so carelessly. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was soaked in sweat. However, the feeling of narrowly escaping death still made him very excited. Now, he was even more impressed with his choice back then. He had offended many people at Eight Immortals Mountain in order to protect Ling Xiao. Today, Ling Xiao did not disappoint him. He believed that as long as Ling Xiao was here, no one could hurt him. Spare me. I was forced to do it." The spy was choked by Ling Xiao. The feeling of suffocation made him extremely afraid. "Spare you? If I hadn't received this news in advance, I'm afraid I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. If you don't die, the heavens will not tolerate it. But before you die, there are some things I must know." The reason why Ling Xiao didn't kill him directly was because he wanted to know more about the truth behind the scenes. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Just let me go, cried the man in terror. There's no need for that. I'll look for it myself. Soul Catcher. A demonic light shot out from Ling Xiao's right eye and entered the spy's soul realm. Moments later, Ling Xiao exerted force with his right hand and broke the spy's neck. Then, the spy's body turned into ashes. It really is that bastard phoenix in the cloud. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Everything was clear now. These two spies were arranged by Phoenix in the cloud to stay by Chen Bai's side in the early years. They were going to be used as a trump card. Their main purpose was to target Chen Bai. Little Jean, I'll leave this matter to you. I have something to do. Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix in the cloud's mansion. He didn't like to be passive and take a beating. Moreover, the other party had already made their move. Why should he be merciful? With his current strength, there was no one in the entire dragon cult that could kill him. What was there to be afraid of? He wanted to kill the first elder and Yun Lan in front of Phoenix in the cloud. He wanted to let that old dog know the consequences of offending him, Ling Xiao. Boss, I'll go with you. That old dog Phoenix in the cloud is not weak. Little Jean hurriedly said. I think I understand what's going on. Ling Xiao, if you trust me, leave this matter to me. Let little Jean go with you. Chun Luan finally recovered from her shock. Although she still couldn't accept the fact that her sworn brother was a spy, the scene just now was clearly in front of her. She had to accept it. Thank you. Ling Xiao was sure that there were only two spies. He trusted Chun Luan enough. Therefore, he nodded and left with little Jean. However, before leaving, Ling Xiao left behind his most powerful heavenly thunder divine guard for the sake of security. Chun Luan could be trusted, but it didn't mean that others could be trusted. It was better to be safe than sorry. Phoenix in the cloud. You old dog, get out here. In the middle of the night, a thunderous roar was suddenly heard. The entire demonic dragon city was in an uproar. Who was so bold to break into the vice leader's mansion in the middle of the night and insult vice leader Yun? Why does it sound like Ling Xiao's voice? Damn, there's a good show. Get up and go watch. Everyone had a curious heart. Ling Xiao's roar was deliberately heard by everyone. Although some people didn't dare to join in the fun because they were afraid of Phoenix in the cloud, there were still many people who came in the middle of the night. Everyone was holding a small glowing Dharma treasure in their hands. The entire outside of the vice sect leader's residence was illuminated. Phoenix in the cloud, the first elder, Yun Lan, and the elders and guardians of the dragon cult had all arrived. Brat, are you crazy? Do you know what crime it is to break into the vice leader's mansion in the middle of the night and insult the vice leader? The first elder asked loudly. Old dog, you should know very well why I'm here. Old dog, I've already killed the two spies you sent to ambush the sect leader. To be honest, I can tolerate you doing other things, such as suppressing me or framing me. However, assassinating my benefactor and family is a taboo. Today, we will fight to the death. Ling Xiao roared. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about, but if you continue to behave atrociously here, don't blame me for being rude. Phoenix in the cloud's face was very ugly. He didn't expect that the two spies he had carefully trained would be killed by Ling Xiao. They were gone just like that. Was his hard work going to be in vain? Old dog, you dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it? Fine, if that's the case, I'll beat you until you admit it. Ling Xiao didn't want to fall out with Phoenix in the cloud so soon. After all, Chen Bai had his own plans. However, he couldn't tolerate what happened tonight. Everyone had their own taboo, and Ling Xiao's taboo was his family, friends, and benefactors. He would not let anyone who dared to hurt them go. How dare you? I think you've lost your mind. Phoenix in the cloud was really angry. Since Ling Xiao had come to him today, he might as well use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. This way, Chen Bai wouldn't be able to find any reason to protect him. Master, do I need you to kill him? Just give me a chance. Yun Lan stepped forward. It seemed that his injuries had healed. Not only that, but his strength had also returned to its peak. Chapter 28-21. Yun Lan wished he could skin Ling Xiao alive. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to do so. Tonight was the best stage for him to do so. All right, remember to be ruthless. Don't show any mercy. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you. Phoenix in the cloud glanced at Yunlan and nodded. From time to time, whispers could be heard from the crowd. They were all talking about Ling Xiao's audacity to barge into the vice sect master's residence at night. Ling Xiao only achieved some insignificant results. He only got first place in the Demonic Sea Secret Realm trial. How dare he be so arrogant? Does he really think that vice sect master Yun is easy to bully? He doesn't know that in the eyes of others, he's just a moth flying into a flame. He's digging his own grave. The person who spoke deliberately raised his voice as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao could not hear him. After all, this was vice sect master Yun's residence. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would dare to attack him here. Moreover, he was not weak. Although he did not belong to the dragon cult, he had a good relationship with vice sect master Yun and Yunlan. With their help, his cultivation had reached the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. Although he was a little old and was already 100 years old when he reincarnated. So what? He was not a genius. It was fine as long as he was stronger than those geniuses. He liked to destroy geniuses. Therefore, there were people in the pugilistic world who called him the nemesis of geniuses. Well said. Not to mention vice sect master Yun. Even Yunlan is the #1 genius of the dragon cult. His cultivation is even stronger than Chen Songxiong, who is known as the #1 genius of the Chen nation. Chen Songxiong is only considered more talented because he is younger than Yunlan. Moreover, Yunlan's actual identity is from the Xinjiang clan, one of the Chen nation's 8 great clans. Since he's willing to turn over a new leaf and submit to the dragon cult, we should cherish him and support him. Regarding this point, Ling Xiao had never heard of it. Yunlan was actually a martial artist from the Xinjiang clan, which was ranked second among the Chen nation's 8 great clans. Her status was second only to the royal clan. What kind of bullshit genius is Yunlan? Although I don't like the 8 great families of the state of Chen, Yunlan clearly left home in anger because he lost to Chen Songxiong and was taken in by Phoenix in the cloud. Speaking of geniuses, Ling Xiao was the true genius. According to the rumors, not only had he defeated Chen Songxiong, he'd even killed the lightning seigneur and injured Elder Kong. Only such a hero was worthy of the position of the vice leader of the dragon cult. Just now, he was called a genius. How could Yunlan compare to him? What's more, I also understood what happened just now. Vice sect leader Yun and Yunlan actually tried to assassinate someone's family. Such a despicable and shameless act is really a disgrace to the dragon cult. It's true that the dragon cult is an evil cult, but such despicable acts are equally despicable. The person who spoke was actually a middle-aged man in his 30s. His strength was far inferior to that genius nemesis. The reason why he dared to speak like this was because he worshipped Ling Xiao. Secondly, it was because he believed in Ling Xiao. These days, Ling Xiao's name had never stopped ringing in his ears. Whether it was causing havoc in the Thunder Capital or killing the Lightning Seigneur, any of his deeds were admirable. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao had gradually become the idol of many young practitioners in the state of Chun who hated the royal family. They worshipped him, revered him, saw him as a role model, and wanted to follow in his footsteps. They wanted to become a young hero like him who could support the heavens. Although the man was slightly older, he was only in his early 30s. After more than 30 years, he'd actually been awakened by the deeds of this kid Ling Xiao. His worship of Ling Xiao was even greater than the others. Stinking brat, who do you think you are? How dare you talk back to this old man? The genius nemesis roared angrily at the young man. What does Ling Xiao have to compare with Yunlan? Ever since Yunlan joined the dragon cult, she was #1. Now, she's still the strongest genius of the dragon cult. Ling Xiao only won the trial of the Devil Dragon's secret realm by luck. Does he really think he's that great? There were plenty of people who were stronger than him. Moreover, since he did such a stupid thing today, he's dead for sure. What bullshit genius. Don't even think about continuing to be arrogant. Old thing, you're bullshitting. Ling Xiao will definitely not die today. He didn't die when he encountered Chen Songxiong, the Lightning Seigneur, and Elder Kong. He didn't die when he caused havoc in the Thunder Capital. How can he die here? The young man argued. No one wanted to hear others curse their idol. Humph, kid. You'd better be smart and not stand on the wrong side. Otherwise, not only will Ling Xiao die today, you'll also be buried with him. The genius nemesis emitted a cold, murderous intent, and a terrifying aura was directed at the young man. He originally wanted to show off in front of Phoenix in the Cloud and Yunlan. He wanted to show his loyalty and his strength. In this way, after Phoenix in the Cloud obtained the Chen Nation's world, he could also get a share of it. Humph, I don't know if I'll die or not, but Ling Xiao definitely won't die. Yunlan actually needed Phoenix and the Cloud's help in the trial of the Devil Sea secret realm. He's not qualified to be compared with Ling Xiao. Facing the murderous intent released by the genius nemesis, the young man's expression changed slightly, but he still said stubbornly. Actually, Yunlan and Ling Xiao had heard the conversation between the two. Before the battle, there were actually people arguing so fiercely about who was stronger. It was also a strange thing. Yunlan was not in a hurry to make a move. After all, this was Vice Sect leader Yun's residence. Since Ling Xiao was here, he could forget about leaving easily. A cooked duck could not fly away. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, I really didn't expect that there would be an idiot who blindly worships you and doesn't even want his own life. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, I can't help it. Who asked me to do something real? I really didn't know that you came to the dragon cult because you couldn't beat Chen Songxiong. What is this called? A stray dog? Damn it. Yunlan's expression instantly turned ugly. Then, he suddenly sneered and shouted at the genius nemesis, Today, whoever dares to support Ling Xiao can forget about leaving alive. Kill that guy. He knew that he might not be able to kill Ling Xiao in a short time. However, it would be easy for the genius nemesis to kill the person who supported Ling Xiao. In this way, who would dare to support Ling Xiao? Who would dare to stand on Ling Xiao's side? He wanted Ling Xiao to have a taste of what it was like to be alone before he died. The genius nemesis originally wanted to make a move, but he did not want to ruin Yunlan's mood. When he heard Yunlan's words, he chuckled, knowing that his chance had come. Kid, don't blame me. Who asked you to support that idiot Ling Xiao? Since that's the case, I'll let you go down first and wait for him. The genius nemesis walked towards the young man and suddenly sped up. His right hand formed the shape of a claw and viciously grabbed at the young man's heart. Chapter 28-22. The young man resisted with all his might. However, everyone could see that the young man was no match for this genius nemesis. As long as he was hit by this attack, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Those who supported Phoenix in the Cloud were indifferently waiting to see a joke. However, at this moment, whoosh, the sound of a sharp blade piercing through the air was suddenly heard. One of the genius nemesis's arms had been cut off, revealing a terrifying bloody stubble. The genius nemesis screamed in horror. Who is it? Which son of AB*TCH did it? It's me. Ling Xiao's domineering and cold voice came from the sky. Today, if anyone dares to disrespect me, this old man will be their example. Ling Xiao was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Yunlan had just said that he would kill anyone who dared to support him. However, he said that anyone who dared to disrespect him would end up like this genius nemesis. Looking at the bloody severed arm, it was obviously more intimidating than Yunlan's words. Yunlan was very shocked. When Ling Xiao attacked just now, he actually thought of a sneak attack. However, he gave up in the end. This was because not only was Ling Xiao's speed extremely fast, but he also had no flaws, so he couldn't attack at all. He could only watch as Ling Xiao cut off the genius nemesis's arm. However, now, he finally had time to stand in front of Ling Xiao and said coldly, You're courting death. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao looked at Yunlan indifferently. Although Yunlan's cultivation was higher than his, to be honest, he didn't see Yunlan as an opponent at all. If they really fought, he could take Yunlan's life in less than 3 moves. However, he came here today not only to kill, but more importantly, to dampen the spirit of Phoenix in the Cloud's faction. Looking at Ling Xiao in the sky, the young man's eyes instantly became extremely fiery. Ling Xiao was indeed Ling Xiao. He was too strong and too domineering. He was indeed his idol, the person he worshipped. Young hero Yun, please step aside. I'm going to kill him. Kill him. The blood on Genius's Bane's arm had stopped. Hatred had blinded his eyes. He thought that he had underestimated his opponent just now. If he was serious enough, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. Definitely. Yun Lan thought for a moment and actually stepped aside. He wasn't too sure about Ling Xiao's strength, but if this genius nemesis was willing to help him test the waters, he wouldn't mind. Many thanks. The long robe of the nemesis of geniuses fluttered without wind. The terrifying killing intent surged once again. Although he lost his right arm, it was not a big deal for a Yinyang realm martial artist. Below his right shoulder, he had actually used his internal energy and elements to condense an elemental arm. It wasn't as beautiful as a real arm, but it was quite useful. Whoosh! Like an arrow leaving a bow, he suddenly shot up from the ground and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The terrifying aura rubbed against the air, producing an ear-piercing sound, making this night even more unusual. Die! An angry roar sounded in the middle of the night, startling countless owls. In the next moment, blood splattered in the night sky, like a rain of flowers. Under the light, it was so beautiful and ferocious. Naturally, the one who died was not Ling Xiao. The furious nemesis of geniuses was shattered by Ling Xiao's palm. The corpse shattered and scattered on the ground. The scene was very horrifying. A piece of trash dares to call himself the nemesis of geniuses? Pathetic. Lamentable. If you didn't attack me, you would just lose an arm. Now, you can only blame yourself for being too cocky. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Lan again and said provocatively, the person who supported you is already dead. It seems like you're the one who can't do it. Arrogant, domineering, and looking down on everyone. Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at Yun Lan. His eyes were filled with mockery. Yun Lan, you're not only shameless to your enemies, but also to your own people. You know that he's no match for me, but you want him to die for you. Haha, it's really disappointing. Ling Xiao wanted to shake the other party's morale, and what he said was also the truth. Anyone with a bit of brain understood that Yun Lan just said that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, he was afraid of Ling Xiao. This meant that Ling Xiao's strength was probably not much worse than Yun Lan's. Although the nemesis of geniuses was not weak, compared to Yun Lan, it was far worse. But Yun Lan allowed him to deal with Ling Xiao. What was it if not sending him to death? Many people who originally supported Yun Lan lowered their heads. Their faces were somewhat pale. Fortunately, it was not them who made a move. Otherwise, not only would they die, but they would also die very unjustly. Simply full of nonsense. Yun Lan's face became very stiff because Ling Xiao happened to say what was in his mind, making him unable to refute. Haha, I'm full of nonsense? Ling Xiao sneered and said, Yun Lan, you and I have fought in the Demon Sea secret realm. With your eyesight, it's impossible that you can't judge my strength. Could it be that you want to tell me that your eyes suddenly went blind and you didn't know that he would be killed by me if he made a move? Yun Lan did not say anything because no matter how he tried to explain, it might cause him to fall into a deeper contradiction. So he simply did not say anything. Come on, Dragon Cult's #1 genius. I want to see if you're worthy of such honor. Ling Xiao beckoned Yun Lan with his finger. He had said what he wanted to say. Next, what he wanted to do was to ruthlessly crush the arrogance of these people in front of Phoenix in the cloud. He wanted to let them know the consequences of offending him. Ling Xiao, deputy sect leader, this kid is simply too arrogant. There's no need to talk about Jianghu justice with him. Why don't we all attack together and kill him? Let's see if he can still be arrogant after that. One of the branch leaders could not bear to see Ling Xiao behave so atrociously here. His anger was about to burn him up. Haha, if any of you are not convinced, you can stand up and fight with me, Ling Xiao. But remember, in today's battle, there is no victory or defeat, only life or death. If you don't have the guts, keep your mouth shut and don't fart. You're embarrassing yourself. Ling Xiao dared to provoke all the martial artists of Phoenix in the cloud by himself. Arrogant. Too arrogant. The originally lively residents of the deputy sect leader instantly became dead silent. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao in shock. That domineering figure and arrogant voice made them feel a shock they had never felt before. Was he an idiot? Was he crazy? Or was he so strong that he could ignore Phoenix in the cloud? Ignore everyone? Ignore everything? All the martial artists of Phoenix in the cloud had ugly expressions. Ling Xiao's words were not only a provocation, but also an insult. It was a trampling on their reputation. Even so, except for a few experts, most of them did not dare to respond to Ling Xiao's provocation. In a battle of life and death, their minds were still relatively clear. Just from the scene of Ling Xiao killing the genius's nemesis with one move, they could see that this kid's cultivation had definitely advanced to the 12th level of hell. Chapter 28-23. Ling Xiao, do you know what your words mean? The first sect elder's body was trembling. The third sect elder was killed, and the second sect elder was turned into a pig because of Ling Xiao. Even if everyone here added up their hatred for Ling Xiao, they wouldn't have as much hatred as him. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant in front of so many people. It was beyond his imagination. Old dog, cut the crap. If you're not convinced, you can fight me. Even if you join forces with Yunlan, there's no problem. I'm just afraid that you won't dare to fight me. Ling Xiao looked at the first sect elder with disdain. She was only at the peak of Yinyang realm level 11. She was able to become a sect elder because of her seniority and Chen Bai's high regard for her. Unfortunately, not only did she not repay Chen Bai's kindness, but she also colluded with Phoenix in the cloud in an attempt to usurp power. She was shameless. Facing Ling Xiao's provocation, the first sect elder's expression changed. If she didn't fight, her reputation would fall to rock bottom. If she fought, she was worried that she would be killed by Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's current strength was different from before. Ling Xiao's strength was above hers. She was the dragon cult's first sect elder. Instead, he was caught in an awkward dilemma. Go ahead. With Yunlan here, are you afraid that you can't kill that kid? This is a rare opportunity. If there's any danger, I'll help. Phoenix in the cloud was even more shameless than the first sect elder. He didn't care if others called him despicable. After all, Ling Xiao was the one who provoked him. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in Yunlan alone. However, with the help of the cunning first sect elder, the situation was completely different. However, he still didn't feel at ease. In his opinion, if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he had to kill Ling Xiao directly. He couldn't give Ling Xiao any chance to turn the tables. The rest of you, come at me together. He looked at the Helm Masters who had come to participate in the secret meeting. These people's cultivations were all at the 12th level of Hell in Yinyang realm. There were a total of 6 people, 4 of whom were in the middle stage and 2 in the late stage. Yes, Vice Sect Leader. These people had been unhappy with Ling Xiao for a long time. He actually came here to provoke them. He really didn't put them in his eyes. They had always been outside, so the dragon cult did not know much about their strength. They also wanted to use this opportunity to prove themselves and show the audience what they were capable of. The Dragon Cult's experts weren't just limited to the Demon Dragon City's experts. Kill. The 8 of them were all Yinyang Realm experts at the 12th level of Hell. They wanted to join forces to kill Ling Xiao. This made many onlookers break out in cold sweat for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. It was as if nothing had happened. Little Gold, don't do anything. My cultivation has been breaking through too quickly recently. I need to practice and stabilize it through battle. Ling Xiao said to Little Gold, you just need to keep an eye on Phoenix in the cloud. If that old guy attacks, kill him. Okay. Little Gold nodded and stared at Phoenix in the cloud. Although Phoenix in the cloud didn't seem to have any intention of attacking now, when the battle situation changed, that guy would definitely not sit still. Ling Xiao brought Little Gold here for Phoenix in the cloud. Among all the warriors here, except for Phoenix in the cloud and Domineering Blade Ghostly, he didn't have the confidence to defeat them. He really didn't care about the others. Kid, you're too arrogant. Watch me kill you. One of the Helm Masters was probably anxious to make a contribution. He actually ignored the others and attacked first. His cultivation was stronger than that genius nemesis, and his combat strength was also stronger. Therefore, He didn't think that he would end up like that person. He suddenly took a step forward in the void. Monstrous killing intent shrouded Ling Xiao. A long saber appeared in his hand, and then a fierce saber aura bloomed in the void. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at this person with contempt. He raised his hand, and the 8 immortal sword in his hand shone. It was bright and sharp. Chi, chi, an ear-piercing sound was heard. The sword aura directly cut through the saber aura. In just an instant, the Helm Master let out a shrill scream and fell from the sky to the ground. A sword mark appeared on his neck. It represented Ling Xiao's sword mark. Fresh blood was constantly spurting out from the sword mark. The Helm Master's life force was also rapidly fading away. Ling Xiao just casually swung his sword. He didn't even use any sword skills or beast soul transformation. Yet, he killed one of the Helm Masters. This scene happened in front of everyone's eyes. So strong. Everyone's hearts twitched fiercely. Ling Xiao's strength was obviously more terrifying than they had imagined. Why was he so domineering, frivolous, and arrogant? It was because he really had such strength. The Helm Master of the Helm Master had been arrogant for a long time. He thought that after returning to the dragon cult, he would be in existence above everyone else. However, he couldn't block Ling Xiao's casual attack. He couldn't even dodge it. It was too terrifying. Trash. As the Helm Master of the Dragon Cult's Helm Master, you formed a gang with the Vice Leader. You deserve death. Ling Xiao's voice resounded through the night sky. He actually killed as he said, without any intention of showing mercy. For a moment, Yunlan and the others were stunned. For a long time, they didn't have the intention to attack. They seemed to be frightened by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. Phoenix in the cloud, didn't you want to usurp power and seize the throne? Today, I'll crush your ambition in front of you. Let's see what you have to fight with the cult leader and my master. Ling Xiao didn't look at the others. Instead, he pointed his sword at Phoenix in the cloud and said coldly. In the dark night, a figure appeared not far away. He was the dragon cult's leader, Qinbai. Chun Yin had reported the situation here to him. He was worried that Ling Xiao would be in danger, so he hurried over. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw Ling Xiao kill a Helm Master of the Helm Master. This scene really shocked him. This kid is really getting stronger. As long as he gets the Demon Dragon Sword, no one in the Dragon Cult can suppress him except for Phoenix in the cloud and me. My eyesight is really not bad. Chunbai wasn't in a hurry to expose his identity. Instead, he hid in the crowd and watched. Since things had already escalated to this point, it was better to let Ling Xiao vent. This Phoenix in the cloud is really an idiot. He actually dared to attack Ling Xiao's benefactor, Dark Knight Formless. You know Ling Xiao's temper. Isn't this clearly showing that he's completely falling out with him? It seems that tonight might be the final battle. It all depends on how far Ling Xiao can push things. If there's a chance, I'll kill Phoenix in the cloud tonight and completely destroy Phoenix in the cloud's faction. I'll regain control of the dragon cult. What are you looking at me for? Attack together. Chapter 28-24. Phoenix in the cloud was afraid of Qinbai, so he did not take action personally. He did not know whether Ling Xiao's actions were a result of Ling Xiao's own whim or Chunbai's manipulation. If he took action, Chunbai would definitely take action and he would be defeated. Domineering Blade Ghostly could not take action because Xiao Muyu was there. Although that woman's body belonged to him, her heart was still with Chunbai. Therefore, tonight's success or failure depended entirely on Yunlan and the others. It was quite laughable. Everyone, don't be afraid. The 7 of us will join forces and attack together. We will help each other, and we will be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Yunlan also shouted loudly. Haha, join hands? Do you think that despicable and shameless people like you will sincerely join hands? You will probably betray your own people in the middle of the battle. Ling Xiao sneered and said disdainfully. Bullshit. Yunlan shouted. Don't listen to him. He is trying to sow discord. Is that so? Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. In a flash, he used the demonic dragon's phantom body technique and pounced on Yunlan. Yunlan was shocked. She quickly released her star sword martial soul to fight against Ling Xiao. The rest of the people also attacked Ling Xiao from different directions. Boom! The swords collided in the sky, and sword chi splashed everywhere. The sky was filled with dazzling sword radiance, and many people temporarily lost their vision. At this moment, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Borrowing the rebound force from Yunlan's attack, he charged towards the first elder in another direction. He was too fast. The first sect elder could not react in time. He was not Yunlan. He was not as strong as Yunlan. Don't be afraid. We will save you. Apart from Yunlan, the other 5 branch leaders all charged towards Ling Xiao, attempting to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. Another person was hit in the sky. The one who was struck by the sword was not the first elder, but the leader of another branch. The position of the sword was also his throat. Idiots, didn't you notice that Yunlan didn't move at all? My goal is not to be the first elder. This old dog is the weakest, so it's not too late to deal with him. You're truly a moth flying into a flame, digging your own grave. Ling Xiao pulled out his sword and shook off the blood. In just a short moment, 2 branch leaders had already died. For a time, the hearts of the people began to change. Originally, these people were still considered united. However, after experiencing Ling Xiao's 2 massacres, they started to become suspicious. Very good. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. This change in the other party was naturally beneficial to him. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill all of you ungrateful wretches before killing Yunlan and the first elder. Ling Xiao said loudly. Then, he turned around and stabbed his sword at one of the branch leaders. Save me. This person had long been scared out of his wits by Ling Xiao's previous 2 attacks. He didn't even know how to dodge and could only cry for help in horror. Unfortunately, no one moved. Yunlan didn't move, the first elder didn't move, and the remaining 3 branch leaders didn't move either. He looked on helplessly as Ling Xiao's sword pierced his throat. He died in anger and despair. He probably didn't understand why his people didn't want to save him even when he died. Why? Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. If these people really wanted to unite to deal with him, it would be really difficult. It was like a monk carrying water to drink, 2 monks carrying water to drink, and 3 monks having no water to drink. For these despicable people, the more people there were, the more useless they were. It was even easier than killing Yunlan alone. Yunlan, first elder, the 2 of you hurry up and do it. He said that he would kill us first and won't kill you. One of the branch masters shouted, Idiot, you dare to believe his words? This guy is very cunning. Who knows what he will do? Yunlan couldn't help but curse. You're the idiot. Do you think that we've done too much and you've lost your position with Deputy Sect Master Yun, so you're deliberately trying to kill us? Think about it carefully. Your strength is not bad. How could you be defeated by Ling Xiao so quickly? It doesn't make sense. A branch leader scolded. The other 3 people also followed suit. They all felt that Yunlan was up to no good. Damn it, we can't fight among ourselves. Otherwise, Ling Xiao will reap the benefits. The first elder was the most anxious now. He was the weakest. If there was someone to protect him, he could sneak an attack on Ling Xiao. But if they fought among themselves, there would be no one to protect him. Then wouldn't he be dead? Oh no, I can't move. Suddenly, another branch leader shouted in horror. Just as he was arguing with Yunlan, Ling Xiao's 2 heavenly thunder divine guards had already arrived behind him and firmly restrained his body. Die! Ling Xiao swung his sword across the air. The power of this sword was actually not great. If someone was willing to block it for this guy, he would definitely not die. But unfortunately, the people's hearts were scattered. No one cared about his life at all. This guy's head was directly chopped off by this sword, and his headless body fell to the ground. See, I was right. Ling Xiao has set his sights on the few of us. What are you guys afraid of? Let's do it. The remaining 2 branch leaders were martial artists at the late stage of the 12th level of Hell in Yinyang Realm. They were not easy to deal with. But at this moment, their hearts were in a mess. They couldn't unite their strength to deal with Ling Xiao at all. Instead, they were arguing with each other. Yunlan had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and finally entered the beast soul transformation state. He used the beast soul transformation of the tyrannical blood demonic dragon. In an instant, his combat strength skyrocketed. He and Yun Lan went back and forth in the sky, and the battle was very lively. However, the first clan elder and the remaining 2 branch leaders were just there to watch the show. They didn't dare to help, because they couldn't be sure whether this was Ling Zhao's trap again. Boom! Yun Lan's sword chi blasted Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao fell from the sky to the ground, his mouth full of blood. Opportunity. The first elder and the other 2 branch leaders saw this opportunity. Yun Lan also saw this as an opportunity. The 4 of them attacked Ling Zhao almost at the same time. They wanted to kill Ling Zhao before Ling Zhao gained a firm foothold. Get out of here. When I was fighting hard, you were watching from the sidelines. Now you want to take advantage of me? No way. When she got close to Ling Zhao, Yun Lan suddenly swung her sword at her own people. The 2 branch leaders and the first elder were so frightened that they hurriedly dodged to the side. Be careful. Chapter 28-25. Yun Lan also felt it. A terrifying murderous aura came from behind him. He had no time to react. The distance was too close. My life is over. His heart was filled with regret. Ling Zhao, this fellow, was actually pretending to be injured and purposely baiting him. However, the 2 branch leaders revealed gloating smiles. But in the next moment, they could not laugh anymore. Ling Zhao's attack actually brushed past Yun Lan's body and killed 2 birds with 1 stone, piercing the throats of 2 branch leaders at the same time. I've said it before. I'll kill you first. Ling Zhao withdrew his sword and shook off the blood as he spat out these words. He was even more terrifying in his tyrant blood demonic dragon form. Then, he looked at Yun Lan and the first elder. Next, it's time for you to pay with your lives. He did not waste time talking nonsense and stepped into the air. This time, he did not use any tricks. He just went straight for the first elder. That old man deserved to die. Ling Zhao did not intend to find trouble with him before, but he still jumped high. He actually wanted to find trouble with Ling Zhao every time. If he did not kill him, who would he kill? Yun Lan stared at Ling Zhao. He was afraid that Ling Zhao would kill the first elder and cause trouble for him. In the end, not only did he not help the first elder, but he also ran away. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a mocking smile. The sword rose and fell. Stop! Phoenix in the cloud roared. At this time, even if Qinbai was present, he could not help it. The death of the branch leaders had put him in a very passive position. If the first elder died, he would suffer a great loss. However, would Ling Zhao listen to him? His sword still stabbed down without hesitation. The first elder was shocked to the extreme. He did not expect that Ling Zhao would dare to kill him in public. Yun Lan, that bastard, actually hid at the side. No one dared to help him, and no one was willing to help him. The moment Phoenix in the cloud attempted to make a move, he discovered that a terrifying killing intent had locked onto him. In the crowd, Chunbai's lips curled into a smile. In the past, it was Phoenix in the cloud who bullied his foster children. Many of them died at the hands of Phoenix in the cloud. Last time, he even threw all the disciples who supported him into the dungeon. Did they really think that Qinbai didn't care? He was just holding it in. Today, he felt that he didn't need to endure anymore. In the end, Phoenix in the cloud didn't make a move. In the sky, the first elder could feel the bone-chilling killing intent. He felt as if his body had been completely frozen. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Not to mention blocking, he didn't even have the courage to dodge. Kill. Soaring killing intent bloomed in the void. Ling Zhao's roar reverberated between heaven and earth. With this sword, no one could stop Ling Zhao. The terrifying sword light was released in the sky. It was so bright and dazzling that many people couldn't help but pay attention to it. However, there was also a sense of uneasiness in their hearts. The sword finally fell. Everything seemed to have returned to calm. The whole place was dead silent. Only the dripping blood under the light fell to the ground drop by drop. The sound was so clear and loud. The first elder's throat was bleeding. The bright blood stain was a little dazzling under the light. His eyes were wide open in horror. It was as if he still couldn't believe that he had died just like that. Bang! His body fell to the ground with a loud sound that made many people tremble. The first elder was killed by Ling Xiao in front of Phoenix in the cloud. It was like a nightmare. Many people came here to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. They wanted to see how Ling Xiao would be dealt with by Deputy Leader Yun. However, what they witnessed was Ling Xiao's peerless dominance and merciless killing. No one could stop his sword. No one. Killing the first elder in front of everyone was equivalent to ruthlessly stepping on Phoenix in the cloud's face. This was even more brutal than a slap in the face. There was a suffocating silence. People trembled as they looked at the lifeless corpse on the ground. They looked at Ling Xiao again. Under the moonlight, the young man stood in the air. He was proud, arrogant, and supercilious. Many of them had only heard of Ling Xiao's illustrious name before. He killed the 8th prince, killed Jihyun of Silla, eliminated the 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Army, defeated Qian Songxiang, killed the Thunder Lord, and fought Elder Kong alone. He occupied the 8 Immortals County and declared himself king. However, those were just legends. No one could be sure whether they were true or not. However, today, they saw with their own eyes Ling Xiao's domineering, frivolous, and peerless martial arts techniques. They also saw his fearless fighting spirit and anger for his benefactor. They finally understood that those were not legends. They must be true. In this world, other than him and Ling Xiao, who else would have such courage and courage? Who would dare to be so unrestrained, arrogant, and domineering? Even the dragon cult's leader, Chun Bai, could not compare with Ling Xiao in this aspect. Phoenix in the cloud assassinated my benefactor behind my back. Then I will kill your lackey and destroy your disciple in front of you. I will not be a coward who hides his head and shows his tail. I will humiliate you fair and square. People had no doubt. If Ling Xiao was given a little more time, he might even be able to kill Phoenix in the cloud. This young man was too terrifying. He seemed to have already disregarded life and death. Today, he was looking for Phoenix in the cloud and these people. Yunlan stood opposite Ling Xiao. His breathing became a little rapid. He was angry, but he was more afraid. When did Ling Xiao become so terrifying and powerful? If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Ling Xiao on the day that Ling Xiao joined the dragon cult. Now, it was too late for regrets. Make your move. You're the only one left. Ling Xiao looked at Yunlan with contempt and said, "You won't be a coward who runs away at the last minute, right?" Yunlan did not refute. He felt that every cell in his body was filled with fear. He did not know what he should do. Run? How could he face the dragon cult in the future? Not run. But he really did not have any confidence that he could defeat Ling Xiao. Do it. Phoenix in the clouds suddenly spoke. Today, I want to see how Ling Xiao will kill you. Yunlan was Phoenix in the clouds' last hope. He could not let Yunlan die. Otherwise, he would have no place in the dragon cult. Therefore, even if he had to fight with Chen Bai, he could not let Yunlan die. Okay, master, I will listen to you. Yunlan took a deep breath. Maybe it was Phoenix in the clouds' words that gave him confidence. Demonic Dragon Phantom, great success stage. He suddenly used the demonic dragon phantom. The star sword martial spirit behind him shone with dazzling light. It was like a light dragon that shot towards Ling Xiao. Demonic Dragon Phantom, great success stage. Ling Xiao also used the demonic dragon phantom. They were both at the great success stage. However, in the eyes of others, Ling Xiao's speed was obviously faster than Yunlan's. They could not understand why. But the truth was in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Demonic Dragon Possession Stage 1. Speed Summoning Demonic Dragon. Chapter 28-26. A demonic dragon condensed in the void and entered Yunlan's body. At that moment, Yunlan's speed increased tremendously. He had obviously surpassed Ling Xiao. Kid, you're at your wit's end. You've only learned the demonic dragon possession for a few days. It's impossible for you to comprehend it. I'll crush you on this. Yunlan finally found some balance in his heart. His fear was not as strong as before. Is that so? Demonic Dragon Possession Level 1. Summon Speed Demonic Dragon. In the next moment, Ling Xiao gave Yunlan a hard slap. He had also used the demonic dragon possession level. His speed increased tremendously, and he surpassed Yunlan once again. At that moment, the two of them were close to each other. Ling Xiao kicked Yunlan to the ground. Before killing Yunlan, he wanted to torture this B***starred. Otherwise, he would not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. How is this possible? Yunlan, who had fallen heavily to the ground, looked at Ling Xiao in horror. The confidence that he had just regained disappeared without a trace in an instant. He was too shocked. How could Ling Xiao comprehend the demonic dragon possession level 1 in such a short time? It was simply unbelievable. Genius, a peerless genius. The sect leader has really picked up a treasure this time. That's right. To be able to cultivate the demonic dragon phantom level 1 in such a short time, this young man is probably much more talented than Chan Songxiong. Did someone just say that Yunlan is the #1 genius of the dragon cult? Now, it looks like a joke. In the crowd, shocked discussions rose and fell one after another. Chun Bai's eyes were filled with joy. Perhaps even he did not expect Ling Xiao to give him such a big surprise. On the other hand, Phoenix in the cloud's face became even colder. It was as though ice was about to form on his face. The better Ling Xiao's performance was, the worse his mood was. Yunlan, if you have any other tricks up your sleeve, use them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Ling Xiao stood in the void and said arrogantly to Yunlan. Killing Yunlan so easily was too easy for this B***starred. All right, you forced me to do this. Please don't blame me. Yunlan suddenly roared towards the sky. What followed was a change in his body. It was as if his entire body had been melted by lava. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not melting. Instead, his body had been replaced by lava. After a while, the flames disappeared and Yunlan reappeared in front of everyone. His height had increased by about a meter, and his aura had increased by several times. His entire body was covered in lava, making him look like a completely different person. Why is there the aura of a demonic sea beast king? Ling Xiao frowned. He suddenly thought of Yunlan's special mission in the demonic sea secret realm. Could it be this? Fusing a warrior with a demonic sea beast king. This technique was really quite brilliant. It was almost on par with martial soul transformation. He knew that in this world, there were some very evil and extreme techniques, including the removal of martial spirits. It seemed that the fusion between humans and demonic beasts had also achieved a breakthrough. Fine. Let me see how strong your new body is. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yunlan in an instant. The sword in his hand pierced out mercilessly. Ding. However, the result was not satisfactory. The 8 immortal swords pierced Yunlan's throat, but there was a strange sound of metal clashing. Ha ha ha, idiot. My current body can only be hurt by martial techniques above the 3rd heaven of the immortal grade. Other attacks will not have any effect at all. Yunlan laughed wildly. He was ecstatic that he had succeeded in one transformation. At this time, he had abandoned the long sword and punched at Ling Xiao fiercely with both fists. The blazing fist force instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned and used the demonic dragon phantom to dodge instantly. Then, the long sword in his hand stabbed out crazily. Within a minute, he stabbed out more than 1,000 times. Yunlan's body was pierced from head to toe. There were no flaws and the effect was exactly the same. He suddenly stopped the attack and stepped back. He looked at Yunlan and said, Interesting. This defense is indeed very surprising. However, this will only make your death more miserable. Demonic dragon possession. Change. Summon inner strength demonic dragon. Tyrant blood demonic dragon. Demonic dragon blood curse. With the release of the demonic dragon blood curse, the magma on Yunlan's body began to fly in the direction of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao seemed to have become a vortex that could swallow magma, a black hole. Do you think that my attacks just now had no effect? Although they can't hurt you, they made your transformation more lax, which is perfect for my demonic dragon blood curse. If you had a physical body, it wouldn't be so easy for my demonic dragon blood curse to devour your chi and blood. However, you have turned yourself into such a monster. Your physical defense is strong, but your internal organization has become loose. Your qi and blood have turned into magma and are exposed to the outside world, which makes it easier for me to absorb." Ling Zhao's cold voice resounded in the night. Yun Lan's screams were also constantly heard. He screamed in fear and desperately returned to his original body. "Idiot, you actually told me your purpose. It seems that you aren't as smart as I thought you were." After Yun Lan recovered from his shock, he began to mock Ling Xiao. However, he saw Ling Zhao's mocking smile. "Sorry, I lied just now. Bloodthirsty plague." Following his voice, Yun Lan suddenly turned pale with fright. He returned to his original body and brought the bloodthirsty plague that was originally attached to the surface of his body into his body. At this moment, the pain was 100 times worse than before. "After killing you, he won't have to suffer anymore, right?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from below. Phoenix in the cloud finally couldn't hold it in anymore and jumped up. He couldn't watch his disciple die in front of him without being able to do anything. However, what made him feel strange was that Chunbai didn't make a move. He didn't understand. However, he couldn't think too much about it. If Chunbai didn't make a move, he could just kill Ling Xiao. In fact, the reason why Chunbai didn't make a move was entirely because Ling Xiao stopped him. Tonight's matter, regardless of whether it was good or bad, Ling Xiao would bear the responsibility alone. However, if Chunbai made a move, it would be different. The nature of the matter would change. It would become a conspiracy of the sect leader. That would damage Chunbai's reputation. Anyway, Ling Xiao came with little gold. Since he wanted to play, he might as well play big. "Die, you brat." Phoenix in the cloud's palm wind sounded behind Ling Xiao. The vice sect leader was indeed powerful. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 12th level of Hell, Yin Yang realm. Moreover, his aura seemed to be about to break through. He was indeed stronger than Chunbai. Little Gold was naturally inferior to him. However, if Little Gold suddenly attacked, even Phoenix in the cloud wouldn't be able to block it. Phoenix in the cloud was only about a foot away from Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from Ling Xiao's shoulder. Chapter 28-27. The distance between them was close, and the difference in strength wasn't large. Moreover, the attack was sudden. No matter how powerful Phoenix in the cloud was, he was still hit by Xiao Jin's 9 underworld Yellow Springs golden light. A mournful scream resounded through the night, causing everyone's heart to twitch. Half of Phoenix in the cloud's body was almost completely charred. His body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. If not for the fact that his head was still intact, this attack would have taken the old dog's life. "Damn, this old dog's reaction is fast," Xiao Jin cursed. "No matter how fast his reaction is, he still has to die." Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't need to worry about Yun Lan. The bloodthirsty plague had already tortured Yun Lan to the brink of death. Even if he was rescued now, it would still be difficult for him to escape. Therefore, killing Phoenix in the cloud was the key. He used the demonic dragon phantom and pounced toward Phoenix in the cloud at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to take his life while he was down. What a vicious brat. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell behind Phoenix in the cloud. He waved his hand, and a terrifying force rushed toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swung his sword to block, but was forced back dozens of steps. The half-dead Phoenix in the cloud was also rescued by the bolt of lightning. Even though Qianbai chased after him, he had already disappeared. Someone from the Chen country's royal family? Ling Xiao was familiar with the bolt of lightning. It had the aura of the Chen country's royal family's lightning martial soul. He sneered. Even though he didn't kill Phoenix in the cloud, from today onwards, Phoenix in the cloud would no longer be able to cause trouble in the dragon cult. You all saw it. Phoenix in the cloud has colluded with the Chen country's royal family. It's obvious that this isn't the first day or two. This is your vice sect leader Yun. Humph. He snorted coldly and looked at Yun Lan, who had already been tortured to death by the bloodthirsty plague. He turned around and left. When he came here, he was so arrogant that not many people thought that he could leave this place alive. However, not only was he alive, but he was also unharmed when he left. The first elder was dead. Yunlan was dead. The 6 branch leaders who followed Phoenix in the cloud were also dead. Even half of the Cloud Phoenix's body was sent back by Little Gold's golden light. If it weren't for the experts from the Qin Kingdom's royal family suddenly coming to the rescue, Phoenix in the cloud was dead for sure. Even so, it was still a complete victory. Undoubtedly, it was a complete victory. Master, I'll leave the aftermath to you. Ling Xiao didn't want to get too involved in things that were too taxing. Today, he was only helping Dark Knight vent her anger. Too strong, too domineering. This young man is a true one-in-a-million genius. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure, and a strong sense of reverence rose in their hearts. Only domineering Blade Ghostly and a few of Phoenix and the Cloud's die-hard followers looked at Ling Xiao, wishing they could skin him alive. However, they didn't do anything. At this moment, they understood that only by temporarily severing ties with Phoenix and the Cloud could they preserve their lives and their current status. To them, a moment of forbearance was a permanent victory. Although this night was unforgettable, it was still over. In the next 3 days, Ling Xiao seized the time to cultivate, because he had a vague feeling that a terrible storm was coming. If he couldn't make himself stronger as soon as possible, he would be torn to pieces in this storm. After 3 days, he finally cultivated the demonic dragon possession to the 2nd level. He cultivated the demonic dragon phantom to perfection. He cultivated the Earth Demon's secret technique that he obtained from Cold Frost Town to the 3rd level. However, his cultivation still showed no signs of a breakthrough. He walked out of the demonic hall and made a request to Chen Bai to go to the demonic dragon mountain range and obtain the demonic dragon sword. Now, no one in the entire dragon cult was qualified to compete with him for the demonic dragon sword. However, obtaining the demonic dragon sword was still not easy. From Chen Bai's words, the demonic dragon sword wasn't an ordinary sword. Other swords were dead, but the demonic dragon sword was alive. It would only choose the person it thought was suitable to be its master. When Chen Bai heard Ling Xiao's request, he naturally wouldn't stop him. Thus, Ling Xiao embarked on the journey to the demonic dragon mountain alone. He left Xiao Jin in the dragon cult to protect He Wu Xing and the others, and at the same time to assist Chen Bai. He originally thought that the demonic dragon mountain was very close to the demonic dragon city, but after obtaining the map from Chen Bai, he discovered that the demonic dragon city was actually hundreds of miles away. Remember, there are hundreds of experts stationed in the demonic dragon mountain. The commander is a good friend of mine, so you don't have to worry about not being able to enter. However, you still have to be careful. This journey is very dangerous. You've offended Phoenix in the cloud. That guy and the people from the Chun Kingdom's royal family will definitely not let you off easily. Before leaving, Chen Bai warned him again and again. Ling Xiao accepted his advice with an open mind. However, even though he was already very careful, when he was about 10 miles away from the demonic dragon mountain, he was still surrounded and attacked. Who is it? Ling Xiao coldly looked at the person who blocked his path. He felt that the person's aura was very familiar, but because the other party's face was covered, he didn't dare to be sure. Ling Xiao, as a disciple of the dragon cult, you killed a fellow disciple and injured the vice sect leader. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, you will die here. I will eliminate evil for the dragon cult. That person's cold voice actually contained some certainty. It seemed that today's ambush wasn't simple. Perhaps it had been planned for a long time. Ling Xiao slightly narrowed his eyes. A sharp gaze shot out from his eyes like a cold sword, causing that person to involuntarily dodge. Since you're here, show yourselves. There's no point in hiding. Ling Xiao suddenly looked around and said in a cold voice. Suddenly, figures dashed out from the dense forest. All of them were masked with black cloth covering their faces. Obviously, they didn't want Ling Xiao to see their true faces. However, their exposed eyes were filled with fierce killing intent towards Ling Xiao. It was killing intent, not hatred. In other words, these people weren't here for revenge. They were only here to carry out some kind of mission. There were many people, and none of them were mediocre. They were all very powerful. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Now, apart from the Chun Kingdom's royal family, only Phoenix in the cloud could mobilize so many experts to kill him. As the saying goes, A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Phoenix in the Cloud had actually controlled the dragon cult for decades. No one knew what he had been doing all these years. However, one thing was for sure. As long as he wasn't dead, he would definitely be able to think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. You're all masked. Are you afraid of being seen? Ling Xiao sneered softly. Are you incomparably ugly? Or are you afraid of being laughed at by the world for doing such a despicable thing? The person who had blocked the path alone just now sneered. I know you have a sharp tongue, but it's useless. The only thing you can know is that we are all existences of the dragon cult. We are the bottom line of the dragon cult. We are the root. Chapter 28. After saying that, the warrior who had blocked Ling Xiao's path by himself added, we're helping the dragon cult eradicate the traitors and eliminate the danger, and you're the biggest source of trouble. If you don't die, the cult rules won't allow it. Cult rules? Haha, a bunch of people who have to cover their faces in broad daylight and don't even dare to reveal their true faces dare to talk to me about the cult's rules? Didn't the cult's rules teach you the consequences of killing the successor of the cult master? Amidst his laughter, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly focused, and a terrifying killing intent was released from his body. You really are a magical beast. You know our identities, and you still dare to attack us. You still want to kill us? Fine. Since you want to die, you must remember my name after you die. Yang Hua. I can't remember, and there's no need to remember, because you'll die very soon. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao had already stabbed out with his sword. This sword was too fast and too sharp. Yang Hua could not dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the sword neared his throat, imagining the tragic scene of his throat being pierced. Clang! At the critical moment, a saber blocked in front of him, blocking Ling Xiao's sword. Shuetu. Yang Hua looked excitedly at the person standing in front of him and let out a long breath. He was too lucky. If Shuetu had not intervened, he would probably be dead. Late stage, first transformation 12th level of hell cultivation? Ling Xiao looked at the man in a blood-red robe in front of him, who had more than a dozen scars crisscrossing his face, and frowned. This guy looked to be in his 40s. If he was really a member of the dragon cult, then he definitely would not be a nobody. It seemed that he had been hidden by Phoenix in the Cloud for a long time. I've long heard that there's a source of trouble in the cult, and that your strength is not ordinary. Seeing it today, it's true. But no matter how strong you are, you must die today. Shuetu coldly looked at Ling Xiao. The blood-red battle saber in his hand released a shocking killing intent. He was originally the most secretive existence in the dragon cult. Phoenix in the Cloud had once said that he would not be awakened unless he completely fell out with Chen Bai. But now, he had been awakened. However, it was not for Chen Bai, but for a young man who was known as the source of the disaster. They had come here today for no other reason than to kill Ling Xiao. The source of the chaos? Hee, that old dog Phoenix in the Cloud really knows how to flatter people. Ling Xiao sneered, if I'm not wrong, you guys should be from the Dark Dragon Group, right? The Dark Dragon Group was a force that Phoenix in the Cloud had secretly created. Nominally, they were martial artists who carried out assassinations and undercover missions in the dragon cult. In reality, they were nothing more than killing tools that he had secretly nurtured in order to eliminate those who disagreed with him. Over the years, many people in the dragon cult who were loyal to Qinbai had been assassinated one after another, and it was done by this group of people. The Dark Dragon Group had never been made public, but it really existed. This was what Xiao Muyu had told Qinbai. Qinbai had also told Ling Xiao, Hee, since you know our identity, I won't talk nonsense. Now, I'll send you on your way. Shuetu sneered, and the killing intent on his body became even stronger. Is everyone from the Dark Dragon Group here? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Except for the leader, everyone is here. You have a lot of face, right? Shuetu did not know why Ling Xiao asked this, but he still answered. Very good. Take out your saber. Ling Xiao instantly entered the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul transformation state, and then took out the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Behind him, the sword Martial Soul began to shine with a sharp light. There were many people on the other side, and many of them were experts. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. Have you accepted your fate? Shuetu sneered, and then waved his hand and said, Don't attack, he's mine. As his voice fell, a terrifying saber intent began to spread in the air, blooming. A sharp, overbearing, and bloodthirsty aura wrapped around the blood saber in his hand and spewed out. The saber seemed to have merged with him, becoming a part of his body, making him stronger and more terrifying. Very strong, stronger than Yunlan, but still not enough to worry about. Ling Zhao's brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. Shuetu's strength might not be stronger than Yunlan's, but his killing intent was stronger, and he had more experience. This kind of person was actually very difficult to deal with. In the underworld, there were actually many martial artists with similar cultivation. Usually, the difference between them would not be too big. At this time, the key to determining the outcome was experience and fighting intent. If Shuetu and Yunlan were to fight, Yunlan would definitely not be able to withstand 10 moves. This was a real battle, and it was not comparable to an ordinary exchange of pointers. Ling Xiao looked at the apprentice indifferently. The Blood Thunder Emperor's sword in his hand shone brilliantly, and a surge of sword intent condensed on the sword. A biting cold intent bloomed in the air. It was like the bone-piercing cold wind in a world of ice and snow, and more like the killing intent of the evil wolves in the underworld. It was very terrifying. It made people tremble with fear. Showing off his ability, without any concealment. It was so natural, as if the Blood Thunder Emperor's sword belonged to Ling Xiao, and was inseparable from Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was not a person, but a sword that could make everything around lose its brilliance. Suddenly, it began to rain. It was a rainy day, and it was a murderous day. The rain was actually expelled by the saber intent and sword intent of the two, forming an empty space between the two of them. It was as if even the rain was afraid of their killing intent. Shuetu was slightly stunned, as if he was surprised by Ling Zhao's killing intent. It was not at all weaker than him, and this was something he did not expect. But at this time, he did not want others to help him, as he could not afford to lose face. No matter what, he was one of the 4 deputy team leaders of the Dark Dragon Group. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand, and the blood saber swayed gently along with his arm. At this time, Ling Xiao had stopped his actions. Holding the sword in his right hand, he pointed it at Shuetu, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. I'll ask you one last time. Will you submit to the leader, or follow that old dog phoenix in the cloud to the end? His voice was very loud and clear, and he believed that whether it was Shuetu or the people around, they could hear it clearly. But they did not answer. Only Shuetu sneered, Kid, I know you have a glib tongue, but a battle is not won by glib tongue. It seems that you have chosen the stupidest path. Ling Zhao's voice slowly sounded. On the sword, the energy was crazily circulating, and streaks of blood thunder were roaring and roaring on the sword. It was as if it could pounce at any time. It looks scary, but I don't know how strong you really are. I don't use this saber much, but I've used it 100 times, and 100 people have died, and I only kill people who are worthy of me. Among these people, your cultivation can only be considered below average. Shuetu said coldly and proudly, I hope your saber is really more powerful than your mouth. Chapter 28-29. Are you mocking me? Then go to hell. Shuetu was furious. No one had ever dared to mock him like that, not even Phoenix in the cloud. He didn't wait any longer. The blood saber in his hand suddenly dashed forward and condensed into a blood dragon in the void. Then, the blood saber radiance exploded. In the void, the blood dragon turned into a terrifying blood saber. It fell from the sky and slashed toward Ling Zhao's head. It was as if it was going to split the world in half. Ling Zhao's hand moved at the same time. The Blood Thunder Imperial Sword gently swayed, and the sharp and powerful sword energy condensed into a blood-red dragon, bombarding the huge blood-red war saber. A blood sword and a blood saber. Both were blood-red. Both emitted a bloodthirsty glow. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a terrifying blood-red, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Transformative state, dark sword demon, kill. Suddenly, a more powerful sword essence gushed out from Ling Xiao's sword. His body seemed to have become the energy source of the sword. It kept releasing terrifying energy, making the Blood Thunder Emperor's sword indestructible. It became indestructible. Xue Tu frowned. He could feel the terrifying power of the sword. Then, he released his saber martial soul at the same time. His blood saber also produced a more terrifying power. The overbearing saber chi collided with the sharp and indestructible sword chi. In an instant, it tore the void and spread throughout the entire space. The surrounding people's hearts twitched. It was really hard for them to imagine that Ling Xiao, a youth who had reincarnated at the age of 16, would be able to fight evenly with Xue Tu, a master who had reincarnated at the age of 40. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. The saber and the sword were like two extremes. Two evenly matched enemies could not advance an inch. It seems that it won't be easy for Xue Tu to kill him. Yang Hua frowned and quietly took out his weapon. For him, killing Ling Xiao was the most important thing. As for whether it was despicable or not, he didn't care. At that moment, he heard Xue Tu's voice. Yang Hua, you'd better not attack, or I'll destroy you. Do you think I only have this bit of strength? This brat is only enough for me to warm up. A cruel smile appeared on Xue Tu's face. It was as if a ferocious beast had emerged from his body. In an instant, his strength and internal energy had become incomparably powerful. At the very least, it had increased by 2 times. Demonic Dragon Possession 2nd level? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. At least you know what's good for you. It's your bad luck to meet me today. Go to hell. Xue Tu actually did not understand why they would send so many people to kill Ling Xiao. He alone could easily deal with them. But in the next moment, he no longer saw it that way. The reason for that was because a terrifying scene had appeared before his eyes. 2 demonic dragons formed above Ling Xiao's head. At the same time, it merged into Ling Xiao's body. Demonic Dragon Possession. You're not the only one who knows how to use it, I know it too. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. That's it. The Blood Thunder Emperor's sword seemed to have suddenly erupted with its true power. With one sword, the blood saber shattered. His throat was cut. Xue Tu died. Even though he was dead, Xue Tu's eyes were still filled with horror and disbelief. Until his death, he did not understand how Ling Xiao had suddenly become so powerful. Even if everyone knew how to use demonic dragon possession, it should not be possible. He obviously did not know that under the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon martial soul transformation state, every level of the demonic dragon's possession was twice as powerful. In other words, the first level could double, the second level could quadruple, and the third level could quadruple. This was obviously stronger than ordinary demonic dragon possession. In addition, the Blood Thunder Emperor sword was a mortal-grade emperor weapon, while the saber in Xue Tu's hand was only a divine-grade spiritual weapon. They were not on the same level at all. It was normal for Ling Xiao to kill Xue Tuesday. There was nothing strange about it. The massacre is about to begin. A cold smile suddenly flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The moment he killed Xue Tu was not the end. It was just the beginning. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. All of you, get ready to be buried with Xue Tuesday. What? No one expected that after Ling Xiao killed Xue Tu, he would choose to take the initiative to attack instead of taking advantage of their shock to turn around and escape. At that moment, sword chi gushed out. A biting cold light whistled in the air and instantly enveloped 7 or 8 people. They did not even have time to understand what had happened before they were instantly swallowed by the sword light. On everyone's throat, there was an additional trace of blood. A fatal trace of blood. Directly attacking? What a domineering Ling Xiao. What a crazy Ling Xiao. He actually did not talk nonsense and directly attacked. He began to massacre the people of the Dark Dragon Group. These people from the Dark Dragon Group had come with orders and arrogance. They were ordered by Phoenix in the Cloud to take Ling Xiao's life. They all thought that this was the best time to perform a meritorious service and also the key battle for them to come out from behind the scenes. They also thought that when Ling Xiao saw them, he would be so scared that his face would change drastically and his whole body would tremble. However, Ling Xiao gave them a surprise. Killing Xue Tu and instantly destroying the 7 of them was as easy as swatting 7 mosquitoes, stopping killing with killing, and exchanging violence with violence. This was Ling Xiao's simplest and most direct philosophy. In this unreasonable world, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, naively trying to persuade the other party through reason was not Ling Xiao's style. If he did not want to be killed by others, the most direct, simplest, and most effective way was to kill the other party. If the other party's descendants came to seek revenge, he would still kill their children. He would kill until no one came to find trouble with him. Anyway, even if he was benevolent and kind and let the other party go, the other party would still come to kill him. He was domineering and cruel. If he killed the other party would not be able to kill him. This multiple-choice question was very easy to choose. While they were shocked, Ling Xiao did not stop his killing. Basically, he killed at least one person with each sword strike. He was like a ghost in this dense forest. It was as if he was the Grim Reaper from hell. Bastard! The deputy leaders of the Dark Dragon group were furious. Yang Hua was also furious. Although he was not a deputy leader, his cultivation had reached the 12th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. How could he watch Ling Xiao commit murder there and do nothing? The 4 of them attacked Ling Xiao almost at the same time. For waves of energy, with an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction, wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. However, Ling Xiao only took a light step forward. Like a phantom demon dragon, he easily dodged the combined attacks of the 4 people and stabbed the sword in his hand into the throat of a member of the Dark Dragon group. With his strange movement technique and powerful strength, Ling Xiao still did not have any fear in a group battle. Chapter 28:30. Even if the members of the Dark Dragon group tried their best to resist, it was useless. What awaited them was only death. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The rain on the ground had turned red. The entire ground seemed to have been injured and was moaning in pain. The sword light might not be bright, but it was fatal. People were constantly being killed. People were constantly falling into pools of blood, and people were constantly moaning in pain. People seemed to have forgotten who was going to kill who today. The killer had become the victim instead. The one who had been killed had become the killer. However, what puzzled Ling Xiao was that although the members of the Dark Dragon group were constantly being killed, those people still pounced on him as if they were not afraid of death. It was as if death was nothing to them. Or perhaps, they believed that they were immortal. It was as if they were deliberately feeding Ling Xiao to kill. It was as if they wanted to use these fearless death warriors to weaken his physical strength, internal strength, and soul power. Make him tired. Make him completely lose his combat strength. In this world, the most terrifying thing was not those who were stronger than you, but those who were not afraid of death. Because these people, if you couldn't kill them in one go, then they might bite you. Although it might not be fatal, it would definitely put you in a very dangerous situation. However, Ling Xiao's sword had never made a mistake. With the Tai Chi eye open, the entire space was under his control. He once again entered the mysterious realm of controlling heaven and earth. It seemed to be a casual and unintentional sword, but it never failed. The opponent was a death warrior, and he was more like a killing machine. Precise calculations without any mistakes. And he did not seem to be tired no matter what. In fact, among the many people, only the 3 deputy team leaders could really pose a threat to Ling Xiao. These 3 people, like Xue Tu, had rich combat experience and were powerful existences. Although Ling Xiao easily killed Xue Tu was courting death. However, that was just Xue Tu courting death. If the 4 of them had attacked together, Ling Xiao might not have had it so easy. He might even have been injured. Therefore, in the battle, Ling Xiao was always paying attention to the sneak attacks of the 3 people. Those 3 fellows, including Yang Hua, were all very cunning. Every time they attacked, it seemed like they were angry, but in reality, it was always just right. They seemed to want those Dark Dragon Death Warriors to use their lives to delay Ling Xiao, and then launch a sneak attack. However, Ling Xiao naturally had ways to guard against their sneak attacks. Now, Ling Xiao's priority was to get rid of these cannon fodders. His body instantly transformed into the purple thunderbolt beast soul. Then, the entire ground began to shake. Almost all of the people who rushed towards him had all kinds of situations happen in that instant. Those who were close to it had their bodies shattered and died. Those who were further away also fainted on the ground. After that, Ling Xiao transformed into his three-headed lava hound beast soul again. Scorching hell release. Boiling lava gushed out from the ground. The ferocious fire dragon slaughtered as it pleased in hell. The bloodthirsty magma monster roared and tore its enemies apart. In just a moment, close to 100 people around Ling Xiao were all swallowed up by the scorching hell and became sacrifices. This scene shocked the powerhouses of the Dark Dragon Group. Ling Xiao was really powerful to the extent that it completely exceeded their expectations. Fortunately, when they came today, they were already fully prepared. Fortunately, they did not underestimate the enemy like that idiot Shui Tuesday. Otherwise, it would really be hard to say what would happen in today's battle. At a certain moment, there was not a single person within 100 meters of Ling Xiao. It was all boiling lava. But this time, it did not last long. More people surrounded him from all directions. Like puppets being controlled, they came over one by one to die. It seemed that he was right. These people simply wanted to exhaust him to death. Otherwise, there was no need to throw their lives away like this. Attack. Yang Hua gave the order. Following his order, another 100 attacks bombarded Ling Xiao from different angles at the same time. These people did not care about consumption at all. They were basically going all out. Because they only had one goal, and that was to exhaust Ling Xiao. There's really no end to this. To be on the safe side, Ling Xiao casually ate a blood spirit pill. Although he was not tired yet, and did not consume much energy yet. But it was never bad to be prepared early. Swallowing the blood spirit pill, he pointed his long sword. A streak of sword energy pierced out, instantly piercing through the bodies of 3 martial artists, cutting them in half at the waist. When he wanted to continue attacking, a dense swarm of arrows suddenly flew over from the sky. Like flying locusts, they wanted to shoot him into a hornet's nest. The sharp Ling Xiao detected that among these arrows, there were actually some thin wild silkworm silk tied to the tails of the arrows. If not for the Tai Chi eye, he could not notice it at all. This kind of wild silkworm silk was not only incomparably sharp, but it was also virtually indestructible. It could be made into wild silkworm silk armor, and could even be made into a sharp weapon to kill people. Very easily, it could cut a person into pieces, cutting them into small pieces of meat. It really took a lot of effort, Phoenix in the cloud. But it's a pity, the wild silkworm silk can't withstand the divine fire in the end. Ling Xiao took out a refining array stone and threw it into the sky. In that instant, the tyrannical true Samadhi fire turned into a terrifying fire dragon and flew out of the refining array stone. In just an instant, it burned the countless arrows and wild silkworm silk to ashes. However, with this delay, the killers on the ground approached again. Not only that, the 3 deputy team leaders, including Yang Hua, also launched an attack at the same time. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. The 4 people's attacks were divided into 4 angles. It was to seal off the angle that Ling Xiao used the Devil Dragon Phantom movement technique, and the surrounding Dark Dragon Group's kamikaze warriors held a fine net made of wild silkworm silk in their hands, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Kill. Apart from the sky and the ground, the surroundings were airtight. Ling Xiao frowned. The other party deliberately gave up these 2 escape routes. They must have other intentions. Did they really think that he would fall for it? From the beginning of the battle, he felt it. Although he could not confirm it, there was always a very dangerous aura staring at him. This person's concealment level was very high, so much so that even his Tai Chi eye could not capture it. But many years of battle experience gave him an intuition that was absolutely sensitive to danger. The sky won't work. The ground won't work either. Then break through head-on. Ling Xiao looked at Yang Hua. It seemed like all of the kamikaze warriors were commanded by this Yang Hua. His strength was not the strongest, but his identity was not ordinary. Suddenly, he rushed towards Yang Hua, as if he did not see the wild silkworm silk net in front of him. Yang Hua smiled coldly, waiting to see the outcome of Ling Xiao's body being cut into pieces. Chapter 28:31. Yang Hua watched helplessly. Just as Ling Xiao was about to touch the heavenly silkworm net, he actually vanished. Demonic Dragon Phantom, Nether Demonic Dragon. The Nether Demonic Dragon form could ignore all physical objects. Of course, it could not attack. Although the wild silk net was powerful, it could not hurt him. While Yang Hua was still in shock, Ling Xiao's figure had already appeared beside him. The Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in his hand pierced through the bodies of two dark dragon men of sacrifice at a very strange angle and finally pierced into Yang Hua's throat. Since you want to die, why should I spare you? Ling Xiao should have been happy to kill Yang Hua. However, at this moment, he was not happy at all. Instead, he felt a gloomy chill in his body. He felt a chill down his spine. It was like a venomous snake, staring at him from a short distance, sticking out its tongue and baring its sharp fangs. This guy really picked the right time. The moment Ling Xiao showed himself and killed Yang Hua, Ling Xiao was already squeezed between the men of sacrifice. He had no room to dodge at all. This terrifying assassin just had to launch an attack at this very moment. Ling Xiao could even feel a sharp blade inching closer and closer to his back. Although this person's strength was slightly weaker than the three deputy team leaders, it was on par with Yang Hua. However, this guy was far more of a threat to him than the three deputy team leaders. As the saying went, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a stab in the dark. Even Ling Xiao was no exception. If I can't dodge, I'll blast you out. Ling Xiao frowned and immediately channeled inner strength under his feet. Earth-splitting body. A terrifying explosion came directly from the ground. In an instant, more than 10 people with Ling Xiao as the center were directly blasted into meat paste. However, that venomous snake was still unharmed. His reaction speed was very fast, and he actually dodged this almost impossible to avoid attack. Even so, he had already missed the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he once again went underground and waited for an opportunity to make his move. But would Ling Xiao give him the chance? The inner force beneath his feet circulated once again, and an even more terrifying explosion erupted around him. It was still earth-splitting corpse, but it was much more powerful than before. Obviously, Ling Xiao was a little annoyed. With such a venomous snake staring at him, he would always feel like there was a thorn in his back. This time, everything within a 10-meter radius around him completely exploded. Another 20 men of sacrifice were killed by the explosion. However, that poisonous snake actually managed to dodge it. Not only that, but the three deputy team leaders had also approached Ling Xiao. He tried to stall Ling Xiao so that the poisonous snake could escape. Since you're here, let's die together. Earth Explosion. The second level of the Earth Demon's secret technique required the user to send their soul power into the ground to control the earth element. The explosion was even more terrifying than the Earth Dismemberment technique, and it lasted longer. Amidst a series of explosions, the three deputy team leaders had no choice but to dodge. As for the poisonous snake underground, it was finally blown out. Although he wasn't dead, he was injured. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't want to give him any chance to survive. Stepping on the demonic dragon phantom, his body turned into a sword light and flew forward. Demonic dragon phantom, demonic sword dragon. Whoosh. A terrifying scene appeared. Ling Xiao's body was like a sharp sword, directly piercing through the poisonous snake's body and splitting it in two. Although the poisonous snake's eyes were already split open, there was still an incomparable shock and fear in his eyes. At that moment, he felt an unimaginable sense of fear. The scene in his eyes gradually split in two and then completely disappeared. Until his death, he didn't even touch Ling Xiao. Naturally, he couldn't let out a scream. Ling Xiao's attack this time was aimed at killing him in one blow. Around him, the men of sacrifice who were originally fearless finally started to feel afraid. Facing this demonic young man, their fear increased little by little. Originally, if the poisonous snake didn't die, they still had a chance to kill Ling Xiao. However, their biggest trump card was so easily killed by Ling Xiao. What could they use to support their inner courage? Not to mention them, the three deputy team leaders also felt their hearts twitching nonstop. How could this young man be so terrifying? How could it be? They could be afraid, but they definitely shouldn't be in a trance. This momentary trance was enough to be fatal. The three of them saw Ling Xiao turn back. It was a golden light that surpassed their vision. Then, one of them heard the screams of his comrades on both sides. When he looked again, there was a bloody mark on the throats of the two men. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood less than 2 meters away from him. He was so scared that he turned around and fled. After retreating dozens of meters away and being protected by the men of sacrifice, he felt a little bit of warmth. Ling Xiao stood there, and there was not a single wound on his body. There were only a few more tears on his clothes. Those bone-chilling and terrifying eyes were staring at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, as if the devil was mocking him. This guy was a real devil. The heart of the remaining deputy team leader began to twitch violently, giving him an impulse to run away. He thought that he had long lost his fear, but today, the young man in front of him once again brought fear to him and implanted it into his body. Where is that old dog Phoenix in the cloud? Ling Xiao didn't immediately make a move. His cold voice came from his mouth. His cold gaze was like a sharp sword aura, piercing all the enemies. He knew that Phoenix in the cloud was the main culprit. If Phoenix in the cloud didn't die, such things would definitely happen again. If he didn't have so many trump cards, he would have lost his life on the spot in today's battle. Thinking about it, Phoenix in the cloud must be very surprised that the Dark Dragon group had almost turned out in full force, but they still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. The deputy team leader looked at Ling Xiao in horror, as if he was wondering why Ling Xiao was still not exhausted. Why was there not a single wound on his body after fighting until now? What was this young man's cultivation level? Was there a mistake in the information about Phoenix in the cloud? Kill. Ling Xiao didn't get an answer for a long time, so he said these words coldly. Then, he swung his sword. A few more men of sacrifice were killed. Fresh blood mixed with the rain and dyed the ground red. My cultivation level has increased again. It seems that this battle wasn't in vain. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He suddenly hoped that Phoenix in the cloud would send more people over. This battle had increased his cultivation level by 30%. Although there was still a certain distance to the later stage of the 12th level of Hell in the yin-yang transformation state. But as long as it could be improved, there was no need to be afraid that he couldn't break through. Moreover, the martial arts techniques he used had improved to a certain extent. Chapter 28:32. The Earth-splitting corpse move's range suddenly increased, and its power also increased at the same time. This was because it had reached perfection. The second layer's Earth Explosion Corpse had also reached proficiency because it had been perfectly executed. The demonic dragon phantom had the greatest improvement. He had successfully used it many times, allowing him to avert danger. At the same time, it had also reached perfection. The first layer of demonic dragon possession had also reached perfection. The second layer had also reached proficiency because he had just broken through. In any case, Ling Xiao had gained quite a lot from this battle. This made him want to fight a few more battles. Clearly feeling Ling Xiao's aura increase, the deputy team leader had completely lost the confidence to resist. There were so many people before, but none of them had a chance to win against Ling Xiao, who was not as strong as he was now. How could they win now? If I tell you, will you spare my life? The deputy team leader clenched his teeth and suddenly asked. Under Ling Xiao's terrifying aura, he finally changed his mind. Ling Xiao's face revealed a mocking and disdainful expression. He despised this kind of person the most. You have no right to negotiate with me. If you tell me, I'll give you a quick death. If you don't, I'll make you wish you were dead. Bloodthirsty Plague, activate. When he killed the two deputy team leaders, Ling Xiao had already released the bloodthirsty plague germs on this guy's body. Now that it was activated, the terrifying pain of having tens of thousands of worms biting his heart made this deputy team leader kneel on the ground. No. Stop, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. If he wished he was dead, he might as well die. The most frightening thing was not death, but the pain of not being able to die even if he wanted to. The bloodthirsty plague was not only a good way to kill the enemy, but also a good way to interrogate. Speak. With a thought, Ling Xiao temporarily stopped the bloodthirsty plague's torture on this guy. Phoenix in the Cloud is at Demonic Dragon Mountain, the deputy team leader said. What is he doing at Demonic Dragon Mountain? Ling Xiao continued to ask. You should know this best. He wants the demonic dragon sword. Alone? No. He and a few of his sworn brothers are all here. Every one of them is an extremely powerful Jianghu hero. They are even stronger than us, including our team leader. At this point, he said sadly, I've already said what I need to say. I only ask that you give me a quick death. Sure. The moment the sword was drawn, the person would die. There was still a conspicuous blood stain on his throat. With all the vice team leaders dead, the Death Warriors had long lost the will to continue fighting. Howling in horror, he turned around and fled. Seeing those people flee, Ling Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly found a more secluded place, sat down, and began to heal his injuries. That look just now was just an act. In fact, although he did not suffer any external injuries in today's battle, he had suffered internal injuries because he had forcefully circulated his inner energy several times. This was the reason why he didn't kill them all. If the last vice team leader had been braver and braver, risking the pain of the bloodthirsty plague to attack together with the Death Warriors, Ling Xiao would probably have had to run for his life. Unfortunately, he was frightened by Ling Xiao's aura and lost his life for nothing. At the same time, in Demonic Dragon Mountain, Phoenix in the Cloud, whose body was completely rebuilt with metal, was looking for the location of the demonic dragon sword with some of his Jianghu friends. This demonic dragon mountain was neither big nor small. It was not that easy to find the demonic dragon sword. Otherwise, with Demonic Dragon Mountain here, why was the demonic dragon sword not stolen? Was it because of the people guarding Demonic Dragon Mountain? Those people were not too strong. At this time, their corpses were already lying outside the mountain. They were probably eaten by wild beasts. Looking at the time, there should be a reply. Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked into the distance as if he wanted to see something. Brother Yun, don't worry. You know the strength of the Dark Dragon Group the best. With so many people attacking together, Lin Xiao will definitely die. The one who spoke was the leader of the Dark Dragon Group. Looking at him, he looked somewhat similar to the first elder. They should be brother and sister. His hatred for Ling Xiao was definitely real, and it was urgent. Yes, I believe in the strength of the Dark Dragon Group. Ling Xiao will definitely not live. Phoenix in the Cloud could not think of any accidents. As long as the Dark Dragon Group's actions were not wrong, Ling Xiao would definitely die. At this time, a figure floated over from the distance. He was very fast and very anxious. As soon as that person appeared, Phoenix in the Cloud asked anxiously, How is it? Did you bring back Ling Xiao's head? He was actually asking the obvious. There was nothing in the other person's hand. That person hesitated for a moment and finally sighed helplessly. The Dark Dragon Group was almost completely wiped out. The 4 vice team leaders, including Yang Hua, have all died in battle. The remaining members of the Dark Dragon Group fled for their lives. The Dark Dragon Group was destroyed. What about Ling Xiao? Is Ling Xiao dead? Phoenix in the Cloud did not seem to care about the survival of the Dark Dragon Group. He only wanted Ling Xiao to die. If he could exchange the Dark Dragon Group for Ling Xiao's life, he felt that it was worth it. Ling Xiao, unharmed, that person sighed and said, What? What happened? Did reinforcements come? Did Chunbai make a move? That's impossible. The demonic dragon city should have been surrounded by the Chen Kingdom's army. Chunbai can't save Ling Xiao even if he has wings. Phoenix in the Cloud could not figure out who saved Ling Xiao. In his imagination, Ling Xiao did not have the ability to eliminate so many people from the Dark Dragon Group. There were no reinforcements. They were all killed by Ling Xiao alone. That person said something shocking again. What? At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in Phoenix in the Cloud's heart. Ling Xiao did not die after being surrounded by such a powerful army? That was simply unbelievable. Could it be that that kid was hiding some secret that he did not know? Vice Sect Leader, we have to avenge our brothers. The leader of the Dark Dragon Group said angrily, Yes, revenge. That Ling Xiao will definitely come to the demonic dragon mountain. This will be his burial ground. Phoenix in the Cloud knew that he still had a chance, and this chance was in the demonic dragon mountain. Ling Xiao came for the demonic dragon sword. Even if he knew that there was an ambush here, with that guy's personality, he would definitely not turn back. Therefore, as long as everything was prepared here, Ling Xiao would definitely walk into the trap. In the Qin Kingdom, if there was anyone who knew the demonic dragon mountain the best, it would be Chun Bai. Only the Yamada family knew. The Yamada family had been living on the demonic dragon mountain since before the dragon cult was born. Only they knew why this place was called the demonic dragon mountain. Only they knew how terrifying the demonic dragon sword was. Chen Bai was the first to take out and use the demonic dragon sword, but the people of the Yamada family knew. Chapter 28:33. The demon dragon sword was actually not a single sword, but 10 swords. 1 mother sword and 9 sub-swords. The mother and son were connected. As long as one held the mother sword, they could easily control the 9 sub-swords. What Chun Bai had previously obtained was only a sub-sword. A mere sub-sword was already a top-notch mortal-grade emperor artifact. In that case, what grade of magic treasure was the mother sword? To be honest, only the Yamada family knew. Actually, from the outside, one could see that there were 9 small mountains around the main peak of the Demon Dragon Mountain. The Yamada family's history recorded the true origin of the Demon Dragon Sword. Back then, 2 peerless experts fought here. One of them was the great demon who possessed the Jiuzi Demon Dragon Sword, while the other was an expert from the Golden Heavenly Nation. He was also the first ancestor of the Yamada family. The 2 of them fought here for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, the great demon was killed. The Jiuzi Demon Dragon Sword transformed into 10 mountains with the mental power of the demon before he died. The expert from the Golden Heavenly Nation was also seriously injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. He knew that he did not have much time left, and that it was impossible for him to return to the Golden Heavenly Nation. Thus, he gave birth to children here. 10 years later, he passed away. One had to know that with his cultivation, it would not be a problem for him to live for another few hundred years. Before he died, he used the last of his strength to seal the 10 mountains. From then on, the Yamada family became the guardians of these 10 mountains. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Yamada family failed to live up to expectations and submitted to the dragon cult. Thus, this place belonged to the dragon cult. Suddenly, the 10 mountains began to shake violently. The patriarch of the Yamada family, Yamada Akashi, looked in that direction in horror. What's going on? Didn't you say that the seal of the demon dragon sword is very strong? The one who asked was Phoenix in the Cloud. It turned out that Yamada Akashi had already secretly formed an alliance with Phoenix in the Cloud. Now, they were trying to crack the secret of the demon dragon sword together. However, before they could do anything, the 10 mountains that sealed the Jiuzi demon dragon sword began to shake violently. This, I don't know either. Who could actually loosen the seal? Yamada Akashi was also very shocked. Could it be that Ling Xiao? Since he is Chen Bai's disciple, he must know the shortcut to enter Demon Dragon Mountain. The leader of the Dark Dragon group frowned. Rumble. At this moment, in the distance, at the top of the sky, black clouds suddenly floated over. The originally bright sky instantly turned dark, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Then, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and strong winds blew. The earth began to shake. It doesn't matter if it's Ling Xiao or not, we must stop him. Quick, speed up. We must break the restriction before that brat obtains the demon dragon sword. Seeing this, Phoenix in the Cloud became even more nervous. Originally, that brat Ling Xiao was already quite terrifying. If that fellow were to obtain the 9 Suns demonic dragon sword, wouldn't that be even more difficult to deal with? Understood. It's almost there. Yamadazhang didn't waste any more time and began to break the restriction. This seal was left behind by his ancestor. Although there was no way to break it, there were still some clues left behind. After so many years, the Yamada family had not wasted their time. They had managed to find a way to break the seal. It was just a little bit away. If it weren't for the fact that Phoenix in the Cloud urgently wanted to break the seal this time, Yamada Zhang planned to wait for a while longer. Legend has it that only martial artists who possess dark attribute internal energy that permeates the sky can make the demon dragon sword feel evil and powerful. Only then can they stimulate the demon dragon sword to break the seal. Could that Ling Xiao be a devil? The leader of the Dark Dragon group asked. That brat can indeed be called a devil. He kills without batting an eye. Moreover, he might really have mastered dark attribute internal energy. I've had this feeling in the few times I've fought him. Phoenix in the Cloud gritted his teeth and said. The more it was like this, the more worried he was. In fact, Ling Xiao possessed shadow profound internal energy, which was of a higher level than dark attribute internal energy. Moreover, before Ling Xiao entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had cultivated a demonic body and refined a demonic creature. He and the demon dragon sword could be said to be the most perfect combination among all the martial artists in the Qin country. They were even more compatible than Qinbai. At this moment, the 10 mountains shook even more violently. In the sky, thick black clouds were constantly rolling, and blood-red thunderbolts were striking down from the sky. The entire world seemed to have sunk into doomsday. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. A terrifying and oppressive aura enveloped the entire Demon Dragon Mountain. The demonic beasts in the Demon Dragon Mountain were all lying on the ground, trembling. Even Phoenix in the Cloud and the others had to circulate their internal energy to resist the terrifying oppressive aura. Otherwise, they would really vomit blood on the spot. Kacha! A strange light pierced through the black clouds and pierced the sky. It was sharp and powerful. It was definitely a sword intent. A terrifying sword intent that could destroy everything in its path. When this sword intent appeared, Phoenix in the Cloud, Yamada Zhang, and the others didn't dare to move. This was because they were afraid that if they moved, they would be killed by the terrifying sword intent. At this moment, Ling Xiao was cooperating with the terrifying sword intent of the demon dragon sword to fight against the power of the seal left behind by a powerhouse. This powerhouse should be the ancestor of the Yamada family from the Golden Heavenly Nation. If it was a one-on-one battle, he could naturally suppress the Jiuzi demon dragon sword. However, now that Ling Xiao was involved and the demonic aura was soaring to the sky, he was gradually unable to hold on. The little remaining spiritual energy began to dissipate gradually. In the end, it completely disappeared. At this moment, Ling Xiao was not relaxed. He had completely resolved the power of the seal, but the Jiuzi demon dragon sword was not willing to be easily controlled by him. The sharp and evil sword intent was constantly pressing toward him, wanting to completely subdue him. However, this sword intent did not hurt him. It only wanted to destroy his spiritual sea and then control his body. Evil creature, I knew you would do this, so I made preparations. Activate the Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. The formation was activated and attracted the lightning in the sky. Bolts of divine lightning constantly bombarded the sword intent of the demon dragon sword. The demon dragon sword had weakened a lot after resisting the power of the seal. Now that it was bombarded by the divine lightning, it was naturally injured again. However, even so, Ling Xiao was still under a lot of pressure. Sweat dripped down his cheeks and hair and fell to the ground. He stared at the pitch-black sword intent in the sky. There were also the 10 mountains that were constantly shaking. The mountains were crumbling. The more they crumbled, the stronger the sword intent of the demon dragon sword became. However, because Ling Xiao was prepared in advance, every time the sword intent appeared, a layer was destroyed by the divine lightning. It could not completely condense. However, the moment the 10 mountains completely cracked, a pitch-black demonic dragon appeared in the sky, under the black clouds. The demonic dragon instantly condensed and turned into a huge, pitch-black sword. Chapter 28:34. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He stood on the peak of the mountain, under the black clouds. He could strongly feel the cruelty, indifference, and arrogance of the demon dragon sword. Demon. This was a person falling into the demonic path because of extreme emotions. But would Ling Xiao be afraid? He had the bloodline power of the true heavenly demon. He had once completely refined the heavenly demon king that had been injected into his glabella in the White Tiger continent and turned it into his own power. Although most of the power had been integrated into his cells and stored. However, in terms of demonic energy, how could an ordinary demon compare to a true heavenly demon? Ling Xiao could feel that the demonic intent in his body was constantly rising. The terrifying heavenly demon power was constantly released from his cells, urging his cultivation to speed up. He liked this kind of pressure. Only under such terrifying pressure could he grow and become stronger. Boom, boom, crack. Suddenly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The world seemed to be shaken by a terrifying giant. It began to tremble and let out a thick, sorrowful cry. The 10 mountain peaks in front of him all exploded. The gravel was directly blasted into powder, forming a huge sandstorm. It enveloped the 10 mountain peaks. They came out. There were actually 10 swords. Ling Xiao thought that there was only one demon dragon sword, but he did not expect 10 to fly out at once. 9 of the swords were as black as ink jade. Under their ferocious appearance, they exuded an extremely terrifying aura. They suddenly flew into the sky and bloomed with a black luster, like a black sun. The terrifying demonic intent was constantly blooming. The most terrifying thing was not these 9 swords, but the huge 2-handed sword that was surrounded by the 9 swords. The sword was close to 2 meters long. The huge sword body was as black and ferocious, but the demonic intent that it emitted was even more terrifying. These 10 swords seemed to be connected by blood. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye could see that there was an energy connection between the 9 sub-swords and the mother sword that was so small that it was almost invisible to the Tai Chi eye. It was dark red like blood. It's time. Ling Xiao knew that at this moment, he had to subdue the 18 demon dragon swords with all his might. Otherwise, not only would he fail, but he would also die. These 10 swords were definitely not good. Boom. A pitch-black universe suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. He released his tyrannical martial spirit and quickly expanded its range. The entire sky and the entire mountain range were enveloped by this vast universe. In the universe of Tyrant, Ling Xiao was the only one who reigned supreme. Val spawn. Hurry up and submit. Ling Xiao roared. In the dark universe, there was a huge human shadow waving a palm that could destroy countless stars. It slapped towards the 10 swords. At this moment, the 18 demon swords actually began to tremble. Even though their demonic intents were overflowing, they still lost the ability to resist under the suppression of the tyrannical intent in the tyrannical universe. In an instant, all 10 swords fell to the ground. He appeared in the Mountain River world. The Mountain River world was only a part of the tyrannical universe. It was made up of the Sky Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, the White Tiger continent, and a small part of the Black Tortoise continent. The 10 swords formed 10 mountain peaks within the Mountain River world. They were identical to the demonic Dragon Mountain in the outside world. However, Ling Xiao could feel that as long as he was willing, he could summon these 10 swords at any time. He could feel that the 9 sub-swords were indeed ordinary grade Emperor weapons. However, Ling Xiao was unable to distinguish the grade of the origin sword. However, he was certain that the origin sword was definitely stronger than the 9 sub-swords. So you're called the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword. No wonder there are 10 of them. The moment Ling Xiao subdued the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, he knew everything about it. 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, come. He raised his hand, and a huge black sword appeared in his hand. It was the origin sword. The 9 sub-swords actually revolved around his body like flying swords. It was very magical. Ling Xiao had also cultivated the imperial sword technique in the past. However, it was only the lowest level. Because its power was not enough, he could only control ordinary weapons. He did not use it again later. However, he had to admit that if he could control flying swords, it would definitely be impossible for the enemy to guard against. As he held the demonic dragon sword in his hand, Ling Xiao could feel that the sword was connected to his soul. It was as if the sword had already become a part of him. Even the slightest bit of energy fluctuation on the sword was so clear and real. Ling Xiao knew very well that he, who controlled the Nine Suns Demon Dragon Sword, already had the strength of a top expert in the Chen Nation. Although he did not know if there were any hidden experts in the Chen Nation, at the very least, he should not be weaker than Chen by now. With the Nine Suns Demon Dragon Sword, he also had the strength to run amok. Phoenix in the cloud, didn't you set up an ambush for me in the Demon Dragon Mountain? Then I'll let you have a taste of what fear is. Ling Xiao knew that the time for his revenge had arrived. Whether it was Phoenix in the cloud or the Chen Nation's royal family, it was time to end it. My cultivation is only 20% away from breaking through. I should first comprehend the demon dragon scripture and the imperial celestial dragon body. As soon as he thought about it, a vivid image appeared in his mind. In the image, a person wielded a huge sword and danced, releasing powerful sword moves. However, it was not the demon dragon scripture that Chen Bai mentioned, nor was it the imperial celestial dragon body. It was a new set of martial skills, and it was a 4th-level immortal grade martial skill, True Demon Sword Essence. This True Demon Sword Essence was a martial skill that the True Demon Emperor of the True Demon Empire had casually imparted to a disciple when he conquered the Black Tortoise continent. However, that disciple could not fully grasp the sword skill that he had casually imparted. He only grasped about 10% of it. In the end, after modification, it became a 4th-level immortal grade sword skill, True Demon Sword Essence. With this sword skill, that disciple became a famous demon in the Chen Nation. Later on, he even established his own sect in the Golden Heavenly Nation. Although this sword technique had become useless, the great demon was still reluctant to give it up. If I want to learn the True Demon Sword Essence, I can't learn the Demon Dragon Scripture and the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. Ling Xiao was already connected to the Nine Suns Demon Dragon Sword, so he naturally knew this point. He also knew that this Demon Dragon Sword contained another set of even more terrifying sword skills. It was a pity that his cultivation was not enough and could not comprehend it. I'll choose you, True Demon Sword Essence. If there's a good one, I'll naturally learn it. A 4th-level immortal grade martial skill, even if it's only cultivated to the initial stage, can crush a 3rd-level immortal grade martial skill. Ling Xiao made his decision. Then, the moves of the True Demon Sword Essence began to appear in his mind. This True Demon Sword Essence only had a total of 4 moves. However, the difficulty of cultivating each move was 10 times that of a 3rd-level immortal grade martial skill. Ling Xiao was originally afraid that he would not be able to successfully comprehend it, but the Tai Chi gave him another surprise. Chapter 28:35. The first move of the True Devil Sword Essence was actually very simple. It was called True Devil Sword Chi. It could kill people from a distance. Moreover, the sword chi contained a terrifying demonic aura that could cause fear and negative emotions in the enemy's mind. This move was easy to learn because the so-called True Devil Sword Chi was actually infusing one's inner strength into the Demon Dragon Sword, and then changing its attribute to release a special sword chi. Ling Xiao felt that as long as he used it a few more times in battle, this move would soon reach perfection or even perfection. As for the last 3 moves, they were not so easy. After all, they were immortal grade 4th heaven martial arts techniques. They were much stronger than immortal grade 3rd heaven martial arts techniques. Perhaps Ling Xiao would only be able to start cultivating them after his cultivation broke through to the Yin-Yang realm's 13th level of hell. However, even if it was just one move, it had many uses. The True Devil Sword Chi could be infused into an existing move and could greatly increase the power of an existing move. It was not impossible to raise the power of an existing move by 1 level. In this way, even if he could not cultivate the last 3 moves of the True Devil Sword Essence, he had absolute confidence in exchanging blows with the strongest person in the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Thinking of this, he sneered, "Chen Kingdom's royal family, you owe my good brother Ling Yin and me. It's time to pay back everything. You were the ones who chased after me. Now, it's time for me to settle the score." Someone was coming. Just as he was thinking of finding someone to test the power of the True Devil Sword Chi, someone came knocking on his door. 4 people appeared in front of him. He knew Phoenix in the cloud. However, he did not know the other three. However, there was no doubt that they were all experts. Although two of them had lower cultivation than Phoenix in the Cloud, they had reached the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. However, they were not as strong as Phoenix in the Cloud. The last person was a martial artist at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. However, he was stronger than the 4 deputy team leaders of the Dark Dragon group. They had the same cultivation but stronger combat power. There must be something special about this person. You are Ling Xiao? It was precisely the weakest person among them who shouted at Ling Xiao. The other three sealed off the 3 directions that Ling Xiao could escape in. And who are you? Ling Xiao asked. I am Shuezhan, and Shuetu is my younger brother. That person's roar was filled with incomparable hatred. So it's that idiot's brother. But what do you want? Ling Xiao asked again. What are you doing? You have 2 choices now. First, hand over the demon dragon sword and submit to Vice Sect Master Yun. Then, accept his puppet surgery. The second one will die. Shuezhan sneered. What if I don't choose? Ling Xiao looked at Bloody Battle with a smile that was not a smile and said, Your brain is as stupid as your younger brother's brain. Before I obtained the demon dragon sword, I killed him. Although you are stronger than him, you are not much stronger. In front of me, who possesses the demon dragon sword, you still dare to speak such nonsense. Do you want to die? The moment his voice fell, Ling Xiao slashed out with the demon dragon sword in his hand. A ray of sword chi. True devil sword chi. It flew out from the tip of the sword, and it was more than a foot wide. That powerful aura actually made Shuezhan tremble involuntarily. Dodge. Phoenix in the Cloud roared. Unfortunately, the speed of the true devil sword chi was not something that ordinary sword chi could compare to. Once it stabbed out, it was impossible for that guy to dodge it unless he blocked it. Blood saber wild dance. Shuezhan also used a blood saber. His choice was correct. He knew that he could not dodge it, so he blocked it. This strategy was correct, but unfortunately, he was too weak. How dare you? Shuezhan was a member of the Dark Dragon group. At this time, when the Dark Dragon group's patriarch saw this scene, he roared and directly rushed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only smiled contemptuously. He stepped out with the Demon Dragon Phantom movement technique and pounced towards Yamada Zhang. He did not look at Bloody Battle at all, because he knew that Shuezhan would not survive. The true Devil Sword Chi was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was fast. It was powerful. It also had a deterrent and other negative effects. It was simply too powerful. Among the 4 people, Yamada Zhang's cultivation was only slightly higher than Shuezhan's. Ling Xiao naturally had his reasons for choosing him. Brother Yamada, be careful of that brat. The Dark Dragon group's patriarch roared. However, he found that his speed could not catch up to Ling Xiao. At this time, Phoenix in the Cloud finally made his move. Ling Xiao had already predicted that he would make his move. The 9 demon dragon swords that surrounded his body suddenly shot out and all rushed towards Phoenix in the Cloud. Just at this time, a scream was heard. Shuezhan was already split into 2 by the demon-suppressing sword chi and died miserably on the spot. The others were attracted by the scream, but Ling Xiao still rushed towards Yamada Zhang. Brat, do you really think that this old man is made of mud? Yamada Zhang was furious. In any case, he was already old and his cultivation had already reached the peak of Yin-Yang realm level 12. How could he be willing to be treated as a soft persimmon by Ling Xiao? In that instant, the sword martial spirit appeared behind him. A sharp sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed towards Ling Xiao. The 2 swords collided in the air. However, a terrifying true devil sword chi climbed onto Yamada Zhang's sword like a poisonous snake and directly chopped off Yamada Zhang's wrist. A mournful scream was heard again. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was actually fighting 1 against 4. He even killed one of them and broke the other's wrist. This kind of strength was truly shocking. Brother Yun, protect Brother Yamada. I'll kill him. The Dark Dragon Group's patriarch could no longer tolerate Ling Xiao. Not only did he kill everyone in his Dark Dragon Group, leaving him as a general without an army, he actually dared to kill his people in front of him. This was simply unforgivable. Ling Xiao noticed that the surroundings seemed to be covered by a strange black gas, forming a huge cocoon-like thing that wrapped him and the Dark Dragon Group's patriarch inside. Although this patriarch had not been able to catch up to Ling Xiao and save Shuizhan, it was not as if he did not do anything. My martial soul isn't something powerful. It's just something like this. But there's one thing. If you can't kill me, you'll never be able to escape from here. If you don't believe me, you can try. The Dark Dragon Group's patriarch looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His martial spirit was a special martial spirit. It was formless but useful. Ling Xiao tried to use the true Devil Sword Qi to chop it twice. As expected, he was unable to break it. He had also tried to escape, but he had failed. He could not even break it, because this was not a formation. It was the Dark Dragon Group's patriarch's special martial spirit. All right, since you're courting death, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao was carefree. If he could not get out, then he would kill the other party. This way, he could at least get out, right? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The Dark Dragon Group's patriarch roared angrily. His body actually seemed to expand by a lot. A pair of black dragon wings even grew out from his back. Looks like your martial spirit is not simple. Chapter 2836. Ling Xiao noticed that after this guy's body grew bigger, his strength, defense, and speed had all improved greatly. It's too late to find out now. Otherwise, why do you think I would dare to fight you one-on-one? The leader of the Dark Dragon Group took a step forward. His body, which was close to 3 meters tall, was like a small giant. He stood above Ling Xiao and looked down at Ling Xiao, powerful and arrogant. Go to hell. The leader of the Dark Dragon Group did not waste any more words. The moment his transformation was completed, he launched an attack. He suddenly soared into the air, and then his entire body seemed to have turned into a meteorite, directly smashing towards Ling Xiao. This kind of fighting method was definitely used by people who were extremely confident in their own defense. It was crazy to use one's own body as a weapon to kill the enemy. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at that body. It was like a giant beast. Its entire body was filled with power and wildness. This guy, what exactly is he? He doesn't seem to be human. Ling Xiao frowned, but he did not dodge, let alone retreat. He held the demon dragon sword tightly with both hands and aimed at the huge monster in the sky. In the demon dragon sword, demonic energy soared into the sky, and killing intent soared. The sword intent soared into the sky. Kill. The sword pierced upwards, directly piercing the huge body. Bang! Rumble. The huge body of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group collided with Ling Xiao's demon dragon sword. At that moment, space was distorted. It's a pity that my cultivation is not enough. In the end, I can't unleash the true power of this demon dragon sword. Ling Xiao sighed. The current demon dragon sword in his hand was about the same power as the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. The only thing that was stronger was the true Devil Sword Qi. Furthermore, it would be sharper. Otherwise, this collision would definitely be able to directly pierce through the leader of the Dark Dragon Group. However, now, that huge body actually released a terrifying power. Ling Xiao's hands that were holding the sword actually let out a sorrowful cry. His legs began to sink into the ground. What terrifying power! What race is he? Yamada Akashi asked Phoenix in the cloud, who was beside him. He was so engrossed in the battle that he forgot that he had lost an arm. Before the human monarch unified the mystic world, the ferocious beasts ruled the vast mystic world. One of the terrifying beasts was the mammoth. It resembled a war elephant, but its body was even larger, and its strength was even more terrifying. He is a descendant of the mammoth race who has awakened the mammoth bloodline. Phoenix in the cloud replied, his martial soul doesn't have much attack power, but combined with his terrifying bloodline, he has never been defeated in a one-on-one battle. Even I don't dare to fight him head-on. If I had known that Ling Xiao was so strong, I would have sent him to intercept and kill him. A Ling Xiao without the demon dragon sword is obviously easier to deal with. How domineering. As expected of the mammoth race. Ling Xiao also heard Phoenix in the cloud's words. He knew that this couldn't go on. He suddenly put away the demon dragon sword and used the demon dragon phantom movement technique. He instantly retreated dozens of steps and avoided the terrifying attack. At the same time, the Dark Dragon Group leader's huge body smashed into the ground. At that moment, the ground actually cracked, flipped over, and broke into pieces. You still want to escape? The Dark Dragon Group leader didn't give Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. He flapped his huge dragon wings, and his sturdy body was like a nimble bird. He instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Then, he slapped down with both hands, wanting to kill Ling Xiao on the spot like a mosquito. Ling Xiao had no choice but to continue retreating. The Dark Dragon Group leader's attack followed like a shadow. Pa! His hands finally clapped together less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. That terrifying sound made Ling Xiao feel as if his eardrums were about to shatter. The most terrifying thing was the gale created by the clapping of his hands. It was like a knife that cut Ling Xiao's body, leaving dozens of wounds. Previously, when he killed so many people from the Dark Dragon Group, he wasn't injured. But now, facing the leader alone, he was already injured. It was enough to show how terrifying the Dark Dragon Group leader was. Seeing this, the corners of Phoenix in the Cloud's mouth finally raised into a sneer. The Dark Dragon Group leader wasn't so easy to deal with. In terms of talent, he was already very strong. However, this guy was also very hardworking. He cultivated his heaven-defying bloodline to become very powerful. Coupled with that magical martial soul, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to escape this time. Obediently accept your death. In my space, you have no chance of escaping. Seeing Ling Xiao retreating, the Dark Dragon Group leader sneered and attacked even more fiercely. That huge palm was like a fly swatter, continuously slapping down. The ground was constantly shattered. It kept cracking. Ling Xiao didn't even have a place to stand. He had to use the demonic dragon phantom movement technique to constantly dodge. As expected, it's still a bit troublesome for me to deal with a martial artist at the peak of the 12th level of hell. What's more, this Dark Dragon Group leader has probably reached the peak of the 12th level of hell. Coupled with that terrifying mammoth bloodline, not only is his skin rough and his flesh thick, but he also has boundless strength. Interesting. I'm gradually getting excited. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. In fact, until now, Phoenix in the Cloud was too happy that he didn't realize that Ling Xiao hadn't used any other moves besides the sword martial soul. He also didn't enter the beast soul transformation. Competing with me in strength? Alright, then I'll accompany you to the end. Purple Lightning Bull Beast Soul Transformation. Following Ling Xiao's angry roar, his body instantly transformed into the Purple Lightning Bull battle form. At the same time, the Dark Dragon Group leader's palm slapped over again. Rumble. This time, Ling Xiao didn't retreat. He stabbed the demonic dragon's sword into the ground and blocked the terrifying attack with both hands. In terms of strength, I won't lose to you. Amidst the roar, Ling Xiao circulated the royal heaven-earth power throughout his body. His strength rose to the extreme. His body had also become much larger, bigger than his opponent. Scram! With a roar, he raised his head and sent the leader of the Dark Dragon squad flying. Ha ha ha, awesome! Although this attack didn't injure the Dark Dragon Group leader, it could be considered as venting his anger. Damn it! Ling Xiao felt very uncomfortable being suppressed by someone else's strength all this time. He picked up the demonic dragon sword again. Then, dozens of terrifying purple lightning snakes were released from his body and pounced towards the Dark Dragon Group leader. At the same time, he stepped on the ground and his figure flashed. He accelerated and stabbed out. His target was the weakest part of the Dark Dragon Group leader's body, his eyes. Roar! The Dark Dragon Group leader let out a beast-like roar. He actually used his physical body to tear apart the dozens of lightning snakes with his bare hands. Then, he used his hand to grab the demonic dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand. The Dark Dragon Group leader roared, "Kid, you must die. No one has ever been able to surpass me in terms of strength. No one, and you are no exception." Chapter 28:37. The leader of the Dark Dragon Group roared angrily and waved his palms. His palms, which were as huge as palm leaf fans, collided with Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao had actually surpassed him in terms of strength. This was unbearable for him. He wanted to use his strength to completely tear Ling Xiao apart. Chi, Chi. The demon dragon's sword pierced into the thick and huge hand of the leader of the dark dragon group, but it was as if it had pierced into a mountain rock. That rough skin with incomparable sword shadows was simply like an iron wall. It blocked the demon dragon's sword from going any deeper. Roar. With a furious roar, the body of the leader of the dark dragon group actually grew larger again. Even his face became ferocious and terrifying, as if he had transformed into a terrifying monster. At the same time, the bloodline power in his body burst forth. The powerful blood energy actually condensed into the blood-red totem of an ancient mammoth above his head. The power of the mammoth, even if placed 100,000 years ago, was definitely one of the best. After inheriting this bloodline, the leader of the Dark Dragon group was truly very powerful. As the bloodline power continued to be stimulated and awakened, this fellow's body actually grew larger and larger like a small mountain. Previously, he was only 3 meters tall, but now, he had already grown to 6 or 7 meters. The most terrifying thing was not this, but his body was actually getting closer and closer to the form of a mammoth. His legs were thick and powerful. When he stepped on the ground, he actually caused the already cracked ground to shatter and collapse once again. A terrifying force directly suppressed Ling Xiao. Die. Finally, he suppressed Ling Xiao in terms of strength once again. The leader of the Dark Dragon group approached Ling Xiao's neck with both hands, attempting to directly crush Ling Xiao into a meat patty. The terrifying palm was already as tall as Ling Xiao's body. If it closed directly, Ling Xiao would probably be half dead even if he didn't die. This fellow's strength was truly terrifying. Of course, if it wasn't within his martial spirit, Ling Xiao could still use his movement technique to continuously dodge. He didn't need to fight this fellow head-on, but now that he was within this fellow's martial spirit, the space was only so small. Even if he wanted to hide, he didn't know where to hide. Therefore, he could only fight to the death. Demonic Dragon Possession, 3rd level, 5 Dragons Blessing. He roared. The 5 demonic dragons entered Ling Xiao's body at the same time. In that instant, Ling Xiao's strength, speed, internal energy, soul force, and defense had all received an enormous increase. He, who had been suppressed, was actually able to separate the 2 giant hands. Then, he did not retreat. Instead, he stomped his foot and rushed forward, thrusting his sword towards the leader of the Dark Dragon team. His target was still the other party's eyes. At this moment, the other party did not have enough time to defend with his hands. He did not believe that he could not succeed. However, the scene that followed still surprised him. At the crucial moment, the Dark Dragon group's leader closed his eyes. His eyelids appeared to be a thin layer, but the toughness of his eyelids was in no way inferior to the leader's hands. There were even sparks flying out. Ha ha ha, it's useless. With your strength, you can't unleash the true power of the demonic dragon sword. You're dreaming if you want to break my defense. The leader of the Dark Dragon squad laughed. He opened his bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Ling Xiao into his stomach. Ling Xiao dodged. I can't unleash the full power of the demon dragon sword? That's right, but it's enough to kill you. In the air, Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. Within his entire body, a crazy amount of internal energy began to gush out. The powerful energy condensed into a terrifying demonic aura in the sky. This guy's internal energy is so strong. He actually used the demonic aura of the demon dragon sword to completely transform the energy he released. Its power is even more terrifying. If it was a warrior who was 1 realm higher than him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. No wonder he could kill Xue Tu and the others so easily. It's a pity that he met the leader of the Dark Dragon squad. All of this is useless. The onlookers saw it the clearest. Although Phoenix in the Cloud was surprised by Ling Xiao's terrifying comprehension and powerful strength, he still believed that the leader of the Dark Dragon squad was the leader of the Dark Dragon squad. However, he still thought highly of the leader of the Dark Dragon group and believed that Ling Xiao had no chance of winning. Boom! The ground exploded. The dragon wings behind the leader of the Dark Dragon squad flapped. As if he had escaped the suction of the mysterious world, he soared into the sky. He rushed towards Ling Xiao in the sky. Although his body was incomparably huge, his speed did not slow down much. This guy was really powerful to the point of being terrifying. Ling Xiao only looked coldly at the opponent who was charging at him. Around his body, black energy filled the air. Then, it turned into terrifying demonic lightning. Streaks of black lightning exploded around his body. The originally clear sky was once again covered by black clouds. Accompanied by the terrifying sound of thunder, lightning constantly fell. The lightning struck Ling Xiao's body and was actually absorbed by him. Then, it turned into demonic lightning that was contaminated by demonic aura. At that moment, an illusory figure of the god of thunder appeared behind Ling Xiao. However, this thunder god's body was completely black, as if it had been demonized. What kind of martial arts did this kid cultivate? How can he do this? Phoenix in the Cloud was even more surprised. There was actually someone who could attract the heavenly lightning and turn it into demonic lightning. This kind of martial arts was almost impossible for them at their cultivation level. At this moment, the demon dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand and the demon dragon sun sword that surrounded his body were all entwined with black demonic lightning. They contained a mysterious, sinister, and terrifying aura. Next, I'll use you to test my moves. Transformative stage, Shadow Sword Demon, kill. In the void, Ling Xiao roared. The demonized thunder god turned into a sword demon. The sword demon and the demonized thunder god seemed to fuse together and exploded with an even more terrifying, evil, and powerful energy. Under the support of the true demon sword Qi, the Shadow Sword Demon, which was originally an immortal grade first heaven martial skill, exploded with the power of an immortal grade second heaven martial skill. Roar, roar. The leader of the Dark Dragon group let out an angry roar from his beast-like mouth. His skin no longer belonged to a human. It was infinitely close to a mammoth's. The blood-red light around his body became even denser. It seemed to form a blood-red mammoth, wrapping his body in it. Then, he roared crazily and rushed towards Ling Xiao. That terrifying power filled the entire sky. It made the black clouds start to tremble. The terrifying Shadow Sword Demon directly bombarded the body of the blood-red mammoth. The mammoth's body seemed to be slightly deformed. A terrifying sound exploded in the sky. However, this sword did not repel the leader of the Dark Dragon group. Although the blood-red mammoth's body was thwarted, it once again gained the upper hand as the sword Qi became weaker. Then, the leader of the Dark Dragon group continued his attack. Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi's faces revealed a smile. The leader of the Dark Dragon group's attack was really powerful. Moreover, it was extremely overbearing and unreasonable. As the attacker, his face also bloomed with a victorious smile. Chapter 28:38. The sword was unable to injure the opponent. However, Ling Xiao's face did not have the slightest bit of disappointment. He did not expect the Shadow Sword Demon to be able to pierce through the Dark Dragon Group leader's defense. The sword merely sent the demonic lightning into the blood-red mammoth's body. Perhaps Phoenix in the Cloud, Yamada Taka, and the Dark Dragon Group leader did not notice that within the blood-red, there was a trace of black devil thunder that was constantly disintegrating the power of the bloodline. Can you block the next move? Ling Xiao waved the devil dragon's sword in his hand, and an even more powerful move broke through the air. Black Immortal Descends. This was originally a second heaven immortal grade martial skill, but now it had the power of a third heaven immortal grade martial skill. The Shadow Sword Demon disappeared and was replaced by the even more powerful Black Immortal. Black Immortal held the devil thunder with both hands, and his entire body was condensed from sword Qi. This sword pierced through the void, pierced through everything, and instantly arrived in front of the Dark Dragon Group leader. This is impossible. How can he use two powerful moves consecutively in such a short period of time? Not even a moment of pause. The Dark Dragon Group leader could not understand. How did Ling Xiao do it? It simply defied common sense. He may be powerful, but in terms of eyesight and intelligence, he was not as good as Phoenix in the Cloud. That was why he was Phoenix in the Cloud's underling. Even so, he still reacted. With a roar, a huge palm blasted out. This palm, which was wrapped in the blood-red mammoth body, was even more powerful than before. Brother Yun, what do you think? Yamada Taka was also very confused. Ling Xiao used 2 different moves consecutively. It was really unbelievable. This kid is very cunning. He used the sub-sword to condense the sword move in advance, so he only needed to release the mother sword. Not to mention 2 moves consecutively. Even if he used 10 moves consecutively, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Phoenix in the Cloud was still very powerful. After all, how could someone who could become the vice leader of the dragon cult and suppress Qin by so miserably be an ordinary person? In the profound world, there was only one type of move that could be used continuously, and that was the chain skill. But even if it was a chain skill, once it was broken, there would be a pause. However, after Ling Xiao's first move was broken, he immediately unleashed a second move that was even more powerful. This really shocked Phoenix in the Cloud. He felt more and more regret. Why wasn't he the one who discovered Ling Xiao, but Qin Bai? If Ling Xiao could be used by him, then the dragon cult would already be in his hands. Just as he was thinking about this, the sword light collided with the Dark Dragon Group leader's hands again. The sky trembled. The earth trembled. Under this sword, a huge object fell to the ground with a loud bang. Phoenix in the Cloud took a closer look and realized that one of Dark Dragon's fingers had been severed by the sword. From the looks of it, it was just an insignificant injury. But don't forget, the defense that the Dark Dragon Group leader was so proud of was broken. You just said that I can't break your defense. Then I'll break it for you. Ling Xiao stood in the air, cold and frivolous. You're courting death. The Dark Dragon Group leader felt an intense pain coming from his finger. He roared furiously and tried to attack Ling Xiao again. However, Ling Xiao just smiled coldly. The demon dragon sword in his hand was aimed at the Dark Dragon Group leader. Devil Thunder, true devil sword chi. A terrifying sword chi was spat out from the demon dragon sword. The sword chi contained the power of Devil Thunder, which was even more terrifying than ordinary true devil sword chi. The sword chi directly pierced through the blood-red mammoth's body and then stabbed into the wound of the severed finger. Ah! At that moment, the Dark Dragon Group leader felt a heart-wrenching pain. All the muscles in his body were twitching violently. However, the pain did not stop. Instead, it continued to spread throughout his body. He could feel that the Devil Thunder and Devil Chi were like a terrifying poison, wreaking havoc in his body. For a moment, cold sweat flowed from his forehead and his entire body was drenched in sweat. The Dark Dragon Group leader once again let out a shrill scream. His body fell to the ground like a towering mountain. However, as he fell, this guy also made a reaction that made people's eyes light up. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow, which shot straight at Ling Xiao. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would follow up with another attack. Ling Xiao dodged lightly and avoided the blood arrow. He did not pursue. He had already found a way to deal with the other party. There was no need to rush. Boom. The ground completely collapsed. The Dark Dragon Group leader struggled to get up and threw a pill into his mouth. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao with an ugly expression. Ling Xiao stood in the air and looked down at the Dark Dragon Group leader. His eyes were cold and mocking. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Kill me? Do you have the right? Ling Xiao spat out a voice and said disdainfully. These words made the Dark Dragon Group leader's face turn ugly. Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi's faces also turned ugly. This sudden turn of events made them somewhat unable to accept it. Because from the beginning of the battle, the Dark Dragon Group leader had the absolute advantage. But now, he was injured by Ling Xiao. In his body, there was also the Devil Thunder that was difficult to get rid of. In fact, they had thought too much from the beginning. Ling Xiao had not used his full strength since the beginning of the battle, because there were some things that he did not want to expose. It was a trump card that could save his life. He would only use it when his life was in danger. And obviously, the Dark Dragon Group leader was not qualified. Dark Dragon, if you can't do it, let me do it, Phoenix in the Cloud said coldly. Although she said that, she was actually putting pressure on the Dark Dragon Group leader. If he could not even kill the puny Ling Xiao, how could he be an expert? An expert? It was simply a joke. There's no need for that. Just stand there and watch how I kill him. The Dark Dragon group leader was completely enraged. He looked at his severed finger and felt the stabbing pain in his body. His expression became more and more ferocious. In his eyes, there was a terrifying killing intent that had never been seen before. Roar, roar. It was like a berserk monster. The Dark Dragon group leader let out a terrifying roar. The blood-red mammoth that had originally wrapped around his body was actually absorbed into his body and then completely disappeared. And at that moment, the Dark Dragon group leader's body changed. It began to expand and grow bigger. In the end, from 6 to 7 meters, it became a huge existence that was 10 meters tall. His eyes no longer belonged to a human, but to an ancient beast, a mammoth. What was even more shocking was that the Dark Dragon group leader's entire body was twisting and transforming. In the end, he completely transformed into a beast. Standing in front of Ling Xiao was no longer a person. Instead, it was a real existence, an ancient mammoth that was as huge as a mountain. An adult mammoth elephant's body was huge. On the plains, other animals did not pose any threat to them. Although female mammoths might be more gentle in normal times, they were abnormally irritable when raising their young. Chapter 2839. Male mammoths lived alone, and their tempers were even more irritable. There was no doubt that mammoths were at the top of the food chain. In ancient times, they had very terrifying combat strength. Although mammoths were basically extinct now, there were still descendants of the mammoth race who had the terrifying blood of mammoths flowing in their bodies. The giant in front of them was the transformation of the Dark Dragon group's leader. That's right. Use all your strength to kill that Ling Xiao. Phoenix in the cloud looked at this terrifying mammoth and felt very satisfied. Ling Xiao also looked at this giant beast and saw that its 4 limbs were standing tall like pillars supporting the sky. As early as the ancient times, there were actually many legends. One of them said that the profound world was actually on the back of a mammoth and was carried through the universe. Whether it was true or not, it was unknown. After all, Ling Xiao had never left the profound world, but it could be imagined how terrifying the mammoths were at that time. So people would have such an association. This guy had a ferocious and terrifying face and a pair of eyes that seemed to be bleeding at any time. Its long fangs were actually blood red. It was said that only a few mammoths had blood fangs. This kind of ancient bloodline is really difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao frowned and thought of his good brother Long Chun. What Long Chun had was the bloodline of the dragon race, which was also incomparably powerful. But if you want to play transformation with me, then I'll play with you to the end. Purple Lightning Bull, Monster Beast Form, Transform. As Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded, his appearance began to change rapidly. In just an instant, his body also turned into a huge purple lightning bull. It was close to 7 or 8 meters tall, and purple lightning wrapped around its huge body. The surrounding ground was scorched black. Roar, the same roar that belonged to a monster beast, came from the mouth of the purple lightning bull. From its huge nostrils, 2 lightning-like balls of air blew out, creating 2 large pits in the ground. What's going on? Yamada Akashi was stunned. Could it be that that guy also has some strange bloodline? No, that should be the beast transformation of a beast warrior. It's different from a bloodline. Phoenix in the cloud shook her head. But that's not right, Brother Yun. I've never seen a beast warrior transform into such a terrifying beast. This is definitely wrong. Yamada Akashi shook his head and said with certainty, could it be a beast god warrior? Phoenix in the cloud frowned as a terrifying possibility occurred to her. I once heard Qian Sangxiong mention that the 8 immortal city that Ling Xiao occupies has the beast soul inheritance of the 12 beast gods. Could it be that he actually got it? The beast soul inheritance of the 12 beast gods. Could they be the 12 beast gods who once protected the Black Tortoise continent and chased away the exotic beasts? Yamada Akira asked. Not bad. That's not going to be easy. Although the 12 beast gods are nothing in the entire profound world, They are definitely top-notch existences in the entire Black Tortoise continent. Their inheritance is practically the strongest inheritance in the Black Tortoise continent. How could this kid get it? Yamada Takashi frowned. If that's the case, then this kid can't be left alive. Kill him and get the beast soul inheritance of the 12 beast gods. This will be beneficial to our future plans. Phoenix and the Cloud also stared at Ling Xiao. This time, they had really picked up a treasure. However, if he knew that Ling Xiao had a true natal martial spirit in his body, what would he think? The Sky Tyrant martial spirit was an invincible martial spirit in the entire profound world. Die. The giant mammoth beast spat out a rough human voice. Then, its 4 hooves stomped on the ground and its body rushed out like a small mountain. Because its body was too huge, its terrifying weight caused the ground to shatter again. A terrifying aura spread out in the small martial spirit space. Damn it, it's you. The purple lightning bull spat out Ling Xiao's voice as its terrifying body rushed forward. It spat out purple lightning from its mouth. It was quite shocking. Boom. Heaven and earth seemed to suddenly collapse. The purple lightning bull and the giant mammoth beast collided. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to distort and deform. Even the martial spirit space of the leader of the Dark Dragon group began to tremble violently. A terrifying shock wave was released from the martial spirit space. Even Phoenix and the Cloud and Yamada Takashi felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. It's really 2 monsters. Yamada Takashi and Phoenix and the Cloud exclaimed in their hearts. The giant mammoth beast was a bloodline incarnation. It was reasonable to say that it should be much stronger than the martial spirit incarnation. However, this collision was actually unable to disperse the purple lightning bull. The 2 ferocious demonic beasts fell into a stalemate on the ground. Then, almost at the same time, they retreated. At the same time, they used all their strength to rush out. Oh my god, what kind of battle is this? It's simply terrifying. Yamada Takashi felt his body trembling. Fortunately, the one fighting Ling Xiao was the leader of the Dark Dragon group and not him. Otherwise, how could he deal with such a ferocious opponent? Rumble. The heaven and earth collapsed once again. A crazy sandstorm was created on the spot due to the impact of the energy. Then, it rose up and covered the entire sky. It's about time. Ling Xiao sensed the cultivation ocean in his body, because his opponent, the leader of the Dark Dragon group, was indeed stronger than him. Therefore, the energy in his cultivation sea had been constantly increasing. Now that it had reached its peak, it could break through at any time. But it was also the end. This peak, unless there was an even stronger opponent, otherwise, it would be impossible to break through. After all, the threat of the leader of the Dark Dragon group had come to an end. It could not stimulate the potential in Ling Xiao's body to be released. It's time to end this. A cold voice came out from the purple lightning bull's mouth. Ling Xiao once again transformed into the purple lightning bull's battle form. He summoned the demon dragon sword. In that instant, his body was wrapped in black gas that soared into the sky, like an evil spirit that walked out of hell. The giant mammoth beast instinctively felt the danger and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, at this time, it was already too late. Do you think that you're the only one who knows how to use spatial restraint? As Ling Xiao's voice sounded, he had already changed form and transformed into the battle form of the 3-headed lava hound. At the same time, the scorching hell was born. This scorching hell, if Ling Xiao was willing, could isolate all auras and light. It made it impossible for the people outside to sense the situation inside, let alone see. He really did not want Phoenix and the Cloud and Yamada Takashi to know his true strength, so he had to finish off his opponent in the scorching hell. Moreover, the scorching hell could also greatly increase his combat strength in the 3-headed lava hound battle form. This was absolutely beneficial to him. What's going on? Phoenix and the Cloud and Yamada Takashi suddenly lost their auras and traces, and they were a little anxious. But in the face of the double spatial isolation, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.